Mr. Shebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Bacon, Baisley, Benavides, Burnett, Representative Burnett is excused. Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bradfield, Caraveo is here. Carver, Catlin, Cutter, Doherty, Duran, Esgar. Majority Leader Esgar is excused. Exum, Froelich, Geithner, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Gray,
Here.
Hanks, Herod, Holtorf, Hooton. Representative Hooton is excused. Judah, Kennedy, Kipp, Larson, Lindsay, Lontine, Luck. Representative Lux excused. Lynch, McCluskey, McCormick, McKean.
Well, really it's 3, but I'm going to go with 2.
All right. McLaughlin. Rep. McLaughlin is present. Michelson, Genet, Mullica, Neville, Ortiz, Pelton, Pico, Ransom, Rich, Ricks, Roberts, Sandridge, Sirota, Snyder, Soper. Rep. Soper's excused. Sullivan, Tipper, Titone, Valdez A. Rep. Valdez A is excused. Valdez D. Van Beber, Van Winkle, Weissman, Will, Williams, Woodrow, Woog, Young, and Mr. Speaker,
With 61 present, 4 excused, we have a quorum. Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So lucky me, I got the bonus prize of getting to do this for not just 1 week, but also another half a week. Mr. Speaker, I move that the Journal of Friday, May 6th, 2022 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
All right, members. There's 3 more motions. I believe in you. The motion before us is the adoption of the journal as corrected by the Chief Clerk. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It just occurred to me, what happens after I move we adjourn, sign, and die?
What? I think that's the majority leader's motion, and I think it's when all the work's completed on Wednesday.
Well, like when we get to...
But I did give
When we
my
get to
motion when I was
Wednesday-
majority leader. I gave my motion to Marilyn Edens.
You did. That
She
was a
came
beautiful
into
thing.
the well.
It made me tear up. I have that video on my phone. No, I'm just wondering, when we get to like Thursday, we should be approving the journal of Wednesday, right?
Oh, I see your
So
question.
what happens when
see your
I
question.
move sine die? I move
It's a really good question. I think that
is in order.
that's a good question. I think Carl just approves it. Which, if I bet you, if we were to take a vote, everyone would say, "I
What if I
trust
were to
Carl."
make a substitute motion that we adjourn sine die?
I would ask that we not do that. We're close, though, and you can talk to the majority leader about maybe you guys say the motion together. I don't know, whatever you guys want to do. We're close. All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the journal as corrected by the chief clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. There's a, yeah. Oh, the first maybe. The ayes have it, the motion's approved. Announcements and introductions. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you,
Representative
Mr.
Soper.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my colleagues in the chamber, something is happening this month that is very, very important, and I fear has been overlooked in the first 10 days of this month. Because of that, and because of my life experience, and someone who touched me very closely, who is part of the people that we're going to speak to right now, I felt compelled to share this with everybody. You see, this month is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And a lot of people talk about a lot of things and a lot of activities and a lot of ethnic groups. But I will tell you, this is the one group that people fail to recognize repeatedly. And I'm going to tell you why, in my humble opinion. And this is only my opinion, and I will just share it with you, and I will stand behind it 110%. Because these people in our country, in our society, they put their head down, they work hard, they try to leverage what is the American experience to benefit their family, and they are industrious, hardworking, and they aren't out there beating the drum of an injustice or anything else. They're just out there living their American lives. Allow me to read. The Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month is an annual celebration that recognizes the historic and cultural contributions of individuals and groups of Asian and Pacific Islander descent to the United States. The AAPI umbrella term includes cultures from the entire Asian continent, including East, Southeast, and South Asia, and the Pacific Islands of Melanesia, Micronesia, and Polynesia. This is an enormous part of the world, and quite a complex fabric of cultures and people. There are 22.9 million people of the Asian and Pacific Islander descent in the United States, according to the Pew Research Center. These people are diverse, and the growing population makes up about 7% of the total U.S. population. This Heritage Month is celebrated in May. Now, there are some historical facts, and I don't think I'm going to go into that because I want people to tell their personal stories. Some of us have Asian American family members. Some of us are married to Asian Americans. Some of us have stepmothers that are Asian Americans. As a matter of fact, I believe the Vice President of the United States currently is considered an Asian American. I could be wrong, and if I am, somebody correct me, please. But I want to continue a little bit. For the record, President Jimmy Carter signed into public law October 5th of 1978, the first resolution, with an observance for these very important people that are true Americans. Now, many of you have heard me say that my stepmother, Alice, is Japanese American. She's 94 years old. I learned so much from that woman. She was interned in a camp in Utah when she was a young girl with her family. They lived in San Francisco, and everything was taken from them during World War II. They walked into the camp with a suitcase in their hand, one each. I believe 3 years later, they walked out with a suitcase in their hand, one each. And they went on and reintegrated into American society and continued their lives and embraced what is Americanism, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And her life was enormously successful. And I never heard her one time complain about injustice. I never heard, even if it occurred, I never heard her one time say that America was a bad country and our history was polluted and rotted. I never heard her say one time any of these things, because she knew in her life the Imperial Japanese country that they left and the country that they came to, there was no comparison. And this is a message I heard my entire life. She was so grateful to be an American. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Holtorf. This is the 30th anniversary of the public law that created the AAPI month here in the United States. As many of you know, my wife is from Taiwan. But a little known fact that maybe a lot of you don't know is that I have an aunt who's from Japan. As a matter of fact, both of her parents ended up dying of cancer from complications from the bomb that was dropped at Nagasaki. I have another aunt who's from Thailand, and then I have a cousin from the Philippines. That's just direct connections to Asia. One thing I will say about Asian Coloradans, they may be one of the smallest ethnic groups in the state. However, as far as their earning capacity and their educational level, they rank at the top of the scale. I have to say that I've never been more impressed with a group of individuals, particularly my wife. So I hope all of you will join us and celebrate Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Soper. Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just also wanted to come down here and add on to this. We have a number of vibrant Asian communities in Colorado. As most of you may know, my wife is the daughter of a Vietnamese refugee who fled the fall of Saigon, and in her previous job, did a lot of outreach with the Asian community. So I would just encourage you, perhaps after Wednesday, when we have a little more time, those of you in the Denver metro area, we have a large Vietnamese population in Jefferson County. We have a large Korean community over in Arapahoe County. We have members of from both mainland and Republic of China all throughout the Denver metro area. And these communities are vibrant. They are really excited when members of the General Assembly come and engage with them. So I just encourage you to take the time after session to figure out what communities you have close to you in your communities, and just go and attend some of their events. They really do love when you show up, because oftentimes they tend to be ignored. So just take that time afterward, and let's make this month what it's actually about. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Larson. Madam Speaker Pro Tem Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleagues for bringing this to everyone's attention. Asian Americans have provided so much and contributed so much to our country, to our culture. I as well have a first cousin who is of Japanese ancestry. When we grew up, we had no idea. Barbara Jean was just our cousin. We didn't find out till much later about her ancestry. But I, as well, have known and have good friends who are Asian American. And one in particular I want to tell you about is a woman named Marge Tanawaki. Marge was in the internment camps when she was 3 years old, and her family was. And she goes to schools and she tells those stories because it was a terrible black eye on this country that people who had done nothing wrong lost their homes, things they owned. They were forced into camps, and she doesn't let that story be forgotten. She goes and she talks to children, and she is a great role model. In the 70s and early 80s, she met with a number of Asian women, and they formed a group called Making Waves to make sure that the Asian voice was heard in important conversations in this country. So we should all celebrate Asian culture, and I encourage you, as you look up things that are going on this month, to be sure that you try to attend one of them. Thank you.
Representative Chacon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to announce we have a school group visiting today. It's Brown International, and we have some elementary school students. Why don't you stand up so we can recognize you? There they are. Thanks for joining us today. Appreciate you being here in the House of Representatives.
Baisley, did you want to talk on the other announcement? Okay. Representative McLaughlin.
I just wanted to make a quick announcement that I think it's about 5 trailer parks in Colorado who have been purchased by owners, and Durango now has 3 of them. So I'm very, very proud of the people. The owner of the trailer park stood up to the big guys that wanted to come in, and he did everything humanly possible to make sure that the people who had been renting from him for a very long time were able to purchase the park. So yay, Durango.
Thanks. Let's make sure that during announcements and introductions, we don't dip into policy before the chamber. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After a long day today, which I'm sure we're going to have, tomorrow morning will be the last day that Dan File will be here for this session. So come downstairs, get some refreshment, get a Bible lesson, and we'll see you in the morning.
Representative Cutter. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I had one more thing I wanted to share with my colleagues with respect to Asian American and Pacific Islander Month. And I'm sorry that I wasn't here in a timely manner, and I apologize for disrupting the flow of things. But in my district is a famous location known as Camp Amachi. And that is a very important historical place, and it is now going to become registered, I believe, as a national park now. The legislation has been signed at the federal level, and I believe in 2023 that park will be opened. But I want to share an important message, and I really want everyone to listen, if possible, because this is so important. And this message was given by Marian Konishi. You see, she graduated from high school at Camp Amachi in a camp school, and she was the valedictorian of the class. And I want you to read, actually want you to listen to, and I want to read her valedictorian speech. This is so important.
Representative Holtorf.
Yes, sir.
This is your second announcement.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure that we should read the entire speech. Can maybe we summarize it quickly and then move to Representative Baisley, who I think has a similar thing to talk about on this.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
And I appreciate your leadership, and so I will do exactly what you ask. I will paraphrase, and I'm just going to read the first paragraph and the last paragraph, because that's probably the best way to handle this.
Sounds great.
And so thank you for your leadership, sir. It says, this is the title, America, Our Hope is in You. Now, these are her words. This is a 18-year-old girl who spent the last 3 years in a confinement facility, not a concentration camp, a confinement or internment facility in our country because of the threats of Japanese imperialism on the United States of America. She writes in the first paragraph, 1.5 years ago, I knew only one America, an America that gave me an equal chance in the struggle for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. If I were asked then, what does America mean to you? I would answer without any hesitation and all sincerity. America means freedom, equality, security, and justice. So the other night, I asked myself, what does America mean to me? Now I'm going to go to the last part of this, if I can find it here. Okay, here's the last paragraph. Can we, the graduating class of Amachi Senior High School, still believe that America means freedom, equality, security, and justice? Do I believe this? Do my classmates believe this? Now here is her answer. Here is her answer. Yes, with all our hearts, because in that faith, in that hope, is my future, our future, and the world's future for freedom, equality, security, and justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Representative Cutter and Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, all the members and staff, we just wanted you to know that we have some treats planned for you this afternoon.
Representative Froelich.
You go.
Say what it is? Or?
Oh, no, you say. You can say.
All right. Anyway, to perk up your afternoon, around 2 or 2:30, you can scream for ice cream, including vegan option, out on the balcony. It won't even disrupt the flow of work. You'll just be flowing in and out with cheerful smiles upon your faces. So we ask you to join us later this afternoon.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just reiterate, staff, our wonderful sergeants and our clerks, please understand that this is meant for you, for all of our friends across the aisle, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks to both of you. And if we could get a delegation of Democrats and Republicans to go and steal the grill from the Senate balcony, we can grill out the last 2 days. So we'll just leave that. I have a quick announcement. Representative McCormick will replace Representative Mobley on the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee for today only. See no other announcements and introductions. Madam Speaker, Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of third reading.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of third reading of bills. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 140.
Senate Bill 140 by Senators Coleman and Gardner, also Representatives McLaughlin and Amabile, concerning the expansion of experiential learning opportunities through relationships with employers and in connection therewith, establishing a work-based learning incentive program, a digital navigation program, a career-aligned English as a second language program, a global talent task force to study in-demand occupations, and making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 140 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill which is going to require the government to provide incentives to companies to provide educational opportunities to their employees. This is an egregious use of taxpayer money. There is no reason to require the government in this legislation to have employers provide taxpayer-funded education for good jobs when this is a business of what business is supposed to do, and I ask for a no vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 140 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye votes, 20 no votes, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 140 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 159.
Senate Bill 159 by Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, also Representatives Ortiz and Will, concerning the creation of a revolving loan fund within the Division of Housing and the Department of Local Affairs to make investments in transformational affordable housing and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 159 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 159 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 159 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Majority Leader Escar, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 160.
Senate Bill 160 by Senators Gonzalez and Hendrickson, also Representatives Basenecker and Lindsay, concerning programs to preserve mobile home communities and in connection therewith establishing a revolving loan and grant program to assist mobile home owners seeking to purchase their communities and making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 160 on third reading and final passage.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we just heard news from one of our colleagues that mobile home parks have been purchased, hopefully through an open and fair transaction between people wishing to purchase private property and people selling private property. What this does is it creates a revolving loan and a grant program to assist mobile home owners trying to purchase property, and we have a requirement that there be a first right of refusal granted to those folks. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're stepping dangerously into the world of transactions between two parties. I think government is putting a hand on the scale to say we will bless, and not only bless, but encourage one side of this deal and maybe not the other. And I think that's a very dangerous place to be. When we have talked about some of these ideas and some of these bills, what we've really talked about is what is the proper relationship for government when you have a private property owner and an interested party. If the interested party now can use public funds as a grant to help their side of the deal, haven't we imbalanced the deal? And there may be some here who would say that's proper and that's right, that you know, that's what we got to do these days. But just like a whole bunch of these other decisions, we really have to start thinking about at what point do we say, well, that's okay and this is not okay? Is our job not to envision Lady Justice with a blindfold on and the balance scales? Right? That's our rule. Equality. If what we're doing is not only rigging a system so that someone has an advantage, but then funding that advantage, at what point does the membership of this body say it's our will to benefit one person over another? It's our will to create an imbalance that government can impose. And I think that that's an important consideration. All the good feelings in the world, don't necessarily bring us to a point where we say this is right. And I think if you can't say this is right, then you got to say, well, why is it wrong enough in this case? We talked a lot about some of these issues, but I don't think we got down to brass tacks. Brass tacks is, it is wrong to advantage one party or another. It is especially wrong if you're going to use government funds to do it, because that means the accomplices are not willing, they are the taxpayers. The accomplices to that imbalance are set on a path that they didn't really choose. I urge a no vote.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the one thing that I needed to say about this bill was that clearly it's a special interest bill. We clearly heard about the mobile home buyout during announcements and introductions. But the piece that was really concerning me was that backing loans is truly not the role of government. And that is one of the things that this bill seeks to do. Now, with that, I do have to recognize that the bill also seeks to mitigate the affordable housing crisis in Colorado. I recognize that there is a dearth of affordable housing places that people can go find a place to live. All that being said, the government choosing this particular form of affordable housing and then using taxpayer dollars to back the loans, I'm just afraid that we are treading into some very dangerous territory here. And I want to make sure that everybody here knows what they're voting on if they, no matter which way you choose to vote. And by the way, when I looked through the votes, this is a Senate bill. So far, I have not found a single vote from the minority party. It looks like it's been the majority party all the way through the Senate, through every single committee, and then now here on the floor. We're hoping, I mean, I know that the majority is always trying to get some bipartisan support, but so far the merits of this bill have not garnered any bipartisan support from anything I can find. With that, folks, I just want to make sure that you know, too, that I've studied economics. You know that I've worked in the field, and free markets is really the best way to get affordable housing, to get the government out of the way and let the markets govern what the prices are going to be. And for the government to come in and start backing loans, again, I'm afraid that we've seen that in the federal government before, and it's not come to a happy ending. And so I do want to urge a no vote on this, folks. I think that we're really looking at some, again, as I mentioned, dangerous territory should this bill pass. Thank you again, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I was looking at this as well, and I just wanted to go through the pink sheet, the revised fiscal note briefly here. The bill establishes the Mobile Home Park Resident Empowerment Loan Program in the Department of Local Affairs, DOLA. The department must contract with one or more administrators to finance acquisitions or capital improvements for homeowners to purchase their mobile home park. DOLA must also establish 2 grant programs. One is for nonprofit organizations to provide technical assistance to eligible homeowners seeking to organize and purchase their mobile home park. The second is for eligible homeowners to maintain the long-term affordability of a resident-owned mobile home park. The bill creates the Mobile Home Park Resident Empowerment Loan and Grant Program Fund. The fund is continuously appropriated to DOLA for these loan and grant programs. The fund consists of $35 million transferred on July 1, 2022, and any grants, I say again, and any gifts, grants, or donations the department secures. So state transfers, this is kind of big here. On July 1, 2022, the bill requires a transfer of $35 million to the Mobile Home Park Resident Empowerment Loan and Grant Program Fund. This transfer comes from money in the Affordable Housing and Home Ownership Cash Fund that originated in the general fund. The reason this is of interest, I would think, to the people of Colorado is I think everybody wants somebody to own a home. First home, second home. But this is a bad time with inflation at its current rate to be generating more grant programs, enlarging government. And here we are with a $35 million and a 6 FTE full-time equivalent. Well, actually, by the time you get to the bottom of it, it's 10.5 full-time equivalents this year, and then 6 the years after. That's we're at a point in time where we ought to be shrinking government, not adding to the roles. And this kind of puts the pinch on us, maybe not in and of itself, but when you add it to the other 500 bills, starts to add up to real money, as the old saying from long ago. I'm a no on this. I'd urge a no vote.
Thank you, Representative Hanks. Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'm going to speak to the fiscal note as well. But I do want to know if really, do you believe in this chamber that this is the role of government to no longer level the playing field? Do you really believe that government should be backing something like this to take advantage of a business? I just can't believe that that's where we are today, that this has become the new definition of the role of government. If those listening at home want to know, I mean, this is one more bill that really grows government. The legislator right before me said it's going to add full-time employees. This year, 10.5. I never knew what 0.5 actually looked like. And then next year, an additional 6.1. I don't know what 0.1 looks like either, and I don't know how they get there. But this is not the role of government. You can look up in the Constitution. This is not what we should be doing, and this is not how we should be spending taxpayer money. I urge a no vote.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you. I come up to talk about a mobile home park that just sold in my area. It's about 365 spaces, sold for $24 million. And this isn't in Aspen. It's right down there, actually not too far from where I live. And I just did a little math on the calculator there. That's between 60, depending on how many lots you want to call it, but it's about 365, but under 400, that's between $60,000 and $65,000 per lot. That's pretty expensive real estate. I think at this $35 million, it's not going to do much help, especially in an area like mine and where the housing is so expensive. So, vote no.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you can see, some of us are concerned about these costs. To the fiscal note, Department of Local Affairs, costs will increase in the Division of Housing to establish the new loan and grant programs, including soliciting contracts with loan administrators, setting program policies, reviewing applications, monitoring grants, and reporting on the programs. Administrative costs DOLA requires 6 full-time employees to solicit and manage contracts with up to 3 loan administrators, provide loan assistance, establish grant policies, review and monitor grants, and promote the programs. Operating and capital outlay costs include standard costs for the new staff, vehicle mileage, and specialized software licenses for grants management. DOLA requires consultants to provide technical assistance with federal requirements. Administrative expenses are assumed for 3 years, but may continue into future years depending on the availability of funds from the initial transfer and any additional funds appropriated in future years. Loan contracts and grants. The fiscal note assumes that the loans and grants will be spent over multiple years. Table 2 assumes that about $10.7 million per year will be distributed each year either to loan administrators for making loans or as grants. This is for illustrative purposes only. The amount of money awarded in each fiscal year will depend on the size and number of loans and grants awarded as determined by DOLA. Legal services. DOLA will require 300 hours of legal services in 2022-23 and 200 hours in subsequent years for advice and counsel on contracts with administrators and grant program policies. Legal services are provided by the Department of Law at a rate of $98.57 per hour. Office of Information Technology. The office requires 4.3 full-time employees to modify existing systems to support the grant programs. Costs have been estimated assuming that the same system enhancements will also support the programs created by Senate Bill 22-159 and House Bill 22-1304, resulting in some cost savings. That's good. The costs shown in Table 2 reflect 1/3 of the required costs for all 3 bills. Should either of those bills not pass, IT development costs for this bill may increase. Standard operating and capital outlay costs are included. Costs are paid from the cash fund via a reappropriation from DOLA. Centrally appropriated costs. Pursuant to a joint budget committee policy, certain costs associated with this bill are addressed through the annual budget process and centrally appropriated in the long bill or supplemental appropriations bills rather than in this bill. These costs, which include employee insurance and supplemental employee retirement payments, are shown in Table 2. Thank you.
Representative Van Bebber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have never been up here on thirds, and so this is a historic moment for me. And while I fully recognize what the bill sponsors are trying to accomplish with Senate Bill 22-160, it's much like Senate Bill 159. Senate Bill 22-160 seeks to mitigate the affordable housing crisis in Colorado, but does little to actually address the key underlying cause of that crisis, namely the failure of the supply of housing to meet the demand for housing. This is directly where economics affects policy and policy affects economics. According to a study by the Common Sense Institute of Housing Development in Colorado, the state has over 175,000 fewer housing units than needed
to restore its historical population to housing ratio. To close this deficit and account for the projected population growth, the state of Colorado will need to add over 54,000 housing units by 2026. Mobile homes are rightfully recognized as one of the many solutions to the affordable housing crisis. Here in Colorado, mobile homes probably are the largest source of unsubsidized affordable housing. With that in mind, we must ask how this bill would support efforts to address the affordable housing crisis if it does not actually promote the expansion of the mobile housing supply. Housing stability is no doubt a worthy goal to achieve through public policy. But there are more enduring solutions than this. This Senate Bill 22-160 is certainly not it. I urge a no vote. This is not the proper purpose of government.
Thank you, Representative Van Beber. Seen Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. I also have objections to this bill. I know that the bill sponsors have the best of intentions. I know that the bill sponsors are trying to help the little people out there so they can have the American dream. I do understand that. I think the methodology is flawed. The intent is spot on. I feel this. I do represent a lot of little people out there in my district, and people that are in that lower economic strata within the socioeconomic scale. I understand that. I understand how we want to help. I, in turn, want to help. Had a conversation with my daughter about this just yesterday, about helping the little people and the poor people in eastern Colorado. But here is the biggest friction point. And this friction point cannot be overcome by, I dare say, anything we do in this chamber. Because these free market forces that our state is feeling in housing, the forces of supply and demand, basic economic forces that say we have too many people in our state and we do not have enough housing for almost every economic demographic. Who gets hurt the worst in inflation that's 8-10%? Who gets hurt the worst when we pass policies that raise inflation? Public policies. The poorest of the poor get hurt the most. And that is a fact, Jack. Do we think about that when we do all the things we do? Oftentimes not. But then we have a knee-jerk reaction because of good, caring legislators like the co-prime sponsors that bring this bill, trying to help. But what they do is run up against economic forces that they cannot overcome. Just as my colleague from Newcastle mentioned. You see, that's his hometown. You can't stop that. And that repurposing of land may eliminate all those homes, if that is the desire of the new owner. But then we'll say, oh no, we're going to pass a law that says you can't transfer land and you can't repurpose it, perhaps. That those things have to stay there. So now we have more encroachment of government, telling people what to do with their private property. Now here's where I run afoul with this methodology. I told you last week I don't think it's the role of state government to get into banking. I don't think it's the role of state government to get into underwriting and funding, particularly high-risk endeavors. I don't think it's the role of state government to be writing loans directly out of the state treasury. In any program, I don't think it's the state treasurer's job to be the president of the bank, the president of the state bank. Because when you have a state bank, it's socialism. The state's running the money, the funding. Now, you might have objection to that, but I say that in the farthest extent of this, because that's where it's gone in other countries, and I've been to some of those other countries. So I want to talk a little bit about the grants in the bill, to the bill, and I understand, Mr. Speaker, you're looking and wondering to the bill, and yes, sir, to the bill. This particular bill is going to leverage what we call the 501c3. Well, we better start making more of those in this state, because I don't think we're going to have enough to handle the grants a go-go that we're throwing out there in every category and class to handle every ill and ailment that we have in this state. So now we're taking state money and we're saying, here, nonprofit, it's so fashionable. It's such a feel-good organization, nonprofit. I'm a nonprofit, 501c3. Rolls off your tongue like a silver dollar. But what does it mean? It means now in this state, with the hundreds and hundreds of millions, literally billions of dollars that we're putting out in this state, for everything and anything, we need more nonprofits to be the handlers. The problem, ladies and gentlemen, is these nonprofits have staff. They have salaries. They have CEOs, presidents, administrative assistants, the people that do the work, and that takes money. So they become surrogates for the government program, and they don't pay tax. They don't contribute back, where a profit does contribute back. So there becomes this huge disparity as you build the nonprofit sector on steroids in this state, which has been happening and continues to happen, and especially is happening, as I see it, to even a greater extent with more money getting pumped into this nonprofit pipeline. Everybody that's in this space now is lining up. They want a piece of the action. That's how they fund their payrolls, their brick and mortar, all their operations, their social media, their gifts, grants, and donations campaigns. They're not only working the state government, as you see right outside this chamber, aggressively.
Representative Holtorf, are we,
yes, sir.
Are we talking to the bill?
Yes, sir. Let me get back to this particular point, and I thank you for your leadership. It seems to be that now we are creating, in 3 grant programs, I believe, the Affordable Housing and Homeowners, the MHPR Empowerment Loan and Grant Program Fund. And I may not get all these right. I'm going to have to solicit the help of some of my colleagues who are much more financially astute than I am. We've got the Mobile Home Park Resident Empowerment Loan Grant Program is one that's listed here, and that's listed twice there. The point is, we're pumping, and we continue in the out years too, $10 to $12 million in just this one category, one bill. Now, I've lost count of all the bills that we've handled just in the last week, with tens of millions of dollars worth of grants that we're putting into this space. Literally billions. But what does that do?
You have 2 minutes remaining, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, sir. What does that do? And how does it impede upon free market forces? And the biggest problem I have is, let's say you have a piece of property. You're an owner, and you want to sell that property. Is it your right to sell that property without any restrictions or any rights of refusal that were not made in contract when you And I'm not a contract lawyer. I want some contract lawyers to come up here and share this conversation with me. I've written a lot of contracts for my business, some cases multi-million-dollar contracts. But I really want to hear this. It's a conversation we need to have, Colorado, because when you want to transfer property, you should not have the government post facto in placing restrictions on your transfer, even implied or perceived. It's a very dangerous encroachment on freedoms and liberties. If you wanted to sell your house, would at some point in time they say, oh, well, you have to have a limit because we've got to control inflation and the price of homes? Or would something, a crazy idea like this, Mr. Speaker, where they would say, oh, well, you can't raise your rents. We have a rent ceiling because we can't have that. Oh, wait, I think we had that. Ladies and gentlemen, you have to be very careful what you trample on and what you step on, even with the best of intentions, as you slowly chip away at the freedoms of free enterprise and free transfer of real estate and property in what I would like to think in this country we should have, and I demand as a state legislator, the free market. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be a no against this bill.
Representative Hanks, this is your second time on thirds, and you have 7 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was encouraged to hear a couple of points here about free market, and with regard to the housing shortage, I was grateful to get numbers. I think it was Representative Van Beber made the point we were 54,000 units short in Colorado. So let's go back to the free market and why that ought to be fixing this problem instead of another government grant program. We have got to get inflation under control and building supply costs under control. And if we did that, it would mitigate the housing unit shortage. Let me give a straight up example here. I don't know how many of y'all have purchased 5/8 inch OSB oriented strand board. It's a plywood equivalent. As a guy who spent time in the timber industry, I find it a revolting product personally. I can't stand the smell of it, the feel of it, the strength of it, how it deteriorates. I pine for the 5-ply AC plywood days. But it used to be $7 a sheet. Not too many years ago, $7 a sheet. So you could buy 5/8 inch OSB, and you could put up a lot of walls with it. Well, now it's $50 a sheet for the same trash. We call it beaver board. It's just a bunch of chips mashed together, and the lignins in the wood and a little bit of glue hold it together. It's not a laminate. $50 a sheet. It's what you get out the far end of your wood chipper.
Is this to the bill, Representative Hanks?
It is in the sense, Mr. Speaker, that we have 54,000 units that we're short. How can you build new units when it's $50 per 32 square feet of wall? It seems to me we're building a government program that's costing money, but the government program that's costing us money is causing us the inflation. And at some point we have to cut the chain here. If OSB, frankly, if we had
we're still straying a little bit away from the bill, Representative Hanks.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, if concrete didn't cost as much as it does now, if wood didn't cost as much as it does now, if all the building supplies were available, we wouldn't be 54,000 units short. These mobile homes wouldn't be, they'd be a transitional thing. Now, I want to say something about that. Most people don't stay in a mobile home park forever, but I will tell you this, that's the power of the freedom of choice. I know a lot of great people. Medal of Honor winners. I've met more interesting people probably in mobile home parks, but the point is, for most people, it's transitional. If they want to stay there, great. But we have now a program that makes these an imperative part of our economic policy because government policy has jammed up the cost of building supplies. And where this might have, for most people, been a transitional, now we're struggling to keep them in that program. Were inflation not at 8.5%, or in the case of OSB, a sheet is 7 times what you used to pay for it, we could build some pretty decent houses. Habitat for Humanity homes, single-family ranchers. This is an inflationary policy stacked on top of another inflationary policy, and all we're going to get out of it are more grants and more programs that add to the very inflationary problems we already have. I urge a no vote. We need to have a supply chain back in place that can make building houses affordable, and then that renders programs like this obsolete.
Thank you, Representative Hanks. Representative Buckenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you too, Representative Buckenfeld.
Mr. Speaker, there appears to be a great amount of passion in regards to this bill, and I think it's very, very important that we get this bill right when we vote on it. And for those purposes, I'd like to move that we have the bill read at length, and I would ask that it be read at length at a speed something short of Alvin and the Chipmunks that we've been getting recently. And if you will please consider that, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Buckenfeld. That is a proper motion. I will say that we've been pretty respectful on the speed, but we'll check in on the speed and make sure that it is understandable.
Senate Committees, House Committees, Local Government Transportation, and Local Government Appropriations. A bill for an act. 101 concerning programs to preserve mobile home communities. 102 and, in connection therewith, establishing a revolving 103 loan and grant program to assist mobile homeowners. 104 seeking to purchase their communities, and making an 105 appropriation. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill establishes a revolving loan and grant program to provide assistance and financing to mobile homeowners seeking to organize and. House second reading unamended May 3, 2022. Senate third reading unamended April 20, 2022. Senate amended second reading April 14, 2022. Senate sponsorship Gonzalez and Hinrichsen, Bridges, Buckner, Donovan, Fenberg, Fields, Ginal, Hansen, Jaquez Lewis, Lee, Moreno, Pedersen, Rodriguez, Story, Winter, Zenzinger. House sponsorship Bosnecker and Lindsay, Jode, Woodrow. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. Purchase their mobile home parks. The Division of Housing, Division, in the Department of Local Affairs, Department, is required to contract with at least 2, and not more than 3, loan program administrators, unless the division determines that there is only one qualified applicant during an open and competitive selection process, in which case the division may contract with a single administrator. The administrators are required to use money provided by the loan program to make loans to mobile homeowners seeking to purchase their mobile home parks. The division is required to establish a grant program by stabilizing lot rents and limiting rent increases. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, 2 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 2432-726 as 3 follows, 42432-726. Mobile Home Park Resident Empowerment Loan 5 Program, Fund, Creation, Policies, Report, Legislative Declaration 6, Definitions. 1. The General Assembly hereby finds and declares 7 that 8a. The COVID-19 pandemic has had devastating and 9 uneven economic and health consequences across the state. 10b. Communities that faced economic, health, and social 11 vulnerabilities before the pandemic began have been 12 disproportionately affected by the public health and economic 13 consequences of the pandemic. 14c. The pandemic and the recession following the pandemic 15 have increased housing insecurity among vulnerable and 16 low-income communities. 17d. Residents and homeowners in mobile home parks are -2 160. 1 among those who have faced increased economic and housing 2 insecurity in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. 3e. Over 100,000 people in Colorado live in 4 mobile home parks, including many of the state's low-income 5 workers, immigrants, older adults, individuals with disabilities, 6 and veterans and their families. 7f. While mobile home parks are an important source of 8 affordable housing and low-income home ownership 9 opportunities for Colorado residents, the business model 10 associated with mobile home parks creates unique and 11 significant risks for mobile homeowners and residents. 12g. Because mobile homeowners often rent the land under 13 their homes from a mobile home park owner or landlord, home 14 owners may experience unpredictable housing cost increases, 15 face costly moves, or lose the value of their home if the mobile 16 home park owner sells the park or changes the use of the land. 17h. Residents and homeowners in mobile home parks are 18 therefore particularly vulnerable to housing insecurity and 19 face disproportionate risks of homelessness or eviction as a 20 result of the economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. 21i. Colorado law provides opportunities for mobile home 22 owners to purchase their mobile home parks when the park 23 owner or landlord decides to sell the park to protect 24 themselves from the risks associated with changes in mobile 25 home park ownership. 26j. However, mobile homeowners face obstacles in 27 obtaining financing through traditional sources, stopping -3 160. 1 mobile home owners from taking advantage of the opportunity to purchase their mobile home parks. Even when mobile home 3 owners can obtain traditional financing, the offers cannot compete with offers for cash at closing, preventing those mobile 5 home owners from stewarding their parks to provide stability 6 and build intergenerational wealth for themselves. 7k. Colorado is experiencing a lack of affordable housing 8 at critical levels. The state continues to attract new residents 9 and jobs, but with this growth has come ever-increasing housing 10 prices, placing unsustainable demands on the state's limited 11 housing stock. The affordable housing crisis has only been 12 exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. 13l. In 2021, the General Assembly enacted House Bill 1421 to 1329, which directed the Executive Committee of the 15 Legislative Council to create a task force to meet during the 2021 legislative interim and issue a report with 17 recommendations to the General Assembly and the Governor on 18 policies to create transformative changes in the area of 19 housing. 20m. The Executive Committee subsequently convened the 21 Affordable Housing Transformational Task Force and Subpanel 22 Task Force, made up of legislators, executive branch members, 23 and diverse stakeholders, including industry experts. 24n. The task force evaluated proposals and made 25 recommendations to achieve a new vision for affordable 26 housing, seeking to create an affordable housing system that 27 among other things is affordable, overcomes disparities, builds -4 160. 1 wealth is sustainable and removes obstacles in order to support Coloradans and their housing needs. 3.0. The task force recommended that the General Assembly create a program to provide low-interest 5 loans or grants, or both, for the preservation of naturally 6 occurring affordable housing, such as mobile home parks. 7. Including the purchase of such affordable housing by mobile 8 homeowners or community or nonprofit organizations in their 9 communities to prevent eviction and displacement, and build 10 capacity, especially among communities disproportionately 11 disadvantaged and impacted by COVID-19. 12p. Establishing a revolving loan and grant fund to help 13 provide technical assistance and secure financing for mobile 14 homeowners to organize and purchase their mobile home parks. 15 can support long-term affordable housing security in the state. 16 by allowing mobile homeowners to purchase the land that their 17 mobile homes occupy to protect themselves from the risks and 18 insecurities they currently face with the turnover in mobile 19 home park ownership. 20q. Programs to support long-term housing security. 21 including the development of affordable housing and the 22 provision of financial services for the unbanked and 23 underbanked are essential to address the affordable housing 24 crisis in Colorado and to protect and preserve Colorado's 25 largest source of unsubsidized affordable housing. 26 are creating a revolving loan and grant program for 27. Mobile home park residents to organize and purchase their. -5, 160. 1. Mobile home parks responds to the negative economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic by helping residents who are often low 3 income and who face disproportionate risks of housing for insecurity become more secure while developing long-term 5 affordable housing security for Colorado. 6. By creating long-term, sustainable sources of 7 affordable housing for Colorado residents. The revolving loan 8 and grant program serves an important and discrete public 9 purpose in securing the state's economic and overall recovery 10 from the crisis caused by COVID-19, and 11, t. supporting the state's recovery from the crisis caused 12 by COVID-19 and supporting long-term housing security 13 through the preservation and development of affordable 14 housing is the primary purpose of the revolving loan and grant 15 program and outweighs any benefit to private individuals or 16 entities. 17, 2, as used in this section, unless the context otherwise 18 requires. 19, a, administrator means an entity that the division 20 contracts with pursuant to subsection 3 of this section to 21 administer the loan program. 22, b, department means the Department of Local Affairs. 23, c, eligible homeowners means a group or association 24 of mobile homeowners or their assignees seeking TO purchase a 25. Mobile home park pursuant TO section 38-12-217. 26, d, fund means the mobile home park resident 27 empowerment loan and grant program fund established IN. -6, 160. 1 subsection 10 of this section. 2, e, program or loan program means a mobile home 3 park resident empowerment loan program established IN for accordance with this section. 5, 3, a, the division shall contract with at least 2 and 6 not more than 3 administrators TO establish a mobile home 7 park resident empowerment loan program in accordance with 8 this section, except that, if the division finds that there is only 1 qualified applicant in an open and competitive selection 10 process, the division may contract with a single administrator. 11. The purpose of the program is to provide both acquisitions and 12 capital improvement financing to eligible homeowners in order 13 to allow them to purchase their mobile home park pursuant to 14 section 38-12-217. An administrator must be a business nonprofit 15 organization, non-depository community development financial 16 institution, business development corporation, or other entity. 17. As determined by the division. The division shall use an open and 18 competitive process to select the administrator or 19 administrators for the program. 20, b, in selecting an administrator or administrators, the 21 division shall give priority to applicants that demonstrate 22, I, operational capacity to deploy the program money for 23 the intended purpose, 24, 2, proficiency in financial management and public 25 reporting systems, 26, 3, the ability to leverage additional public or private 27 capital TO provide loans to eligible homeowners, and -7, 160. 1, 4, a track record of distributing grant or loan funds to in an efficient manner. 3, 4, a, notwithstanding any restriction on the investment for of state money set forth in section 2436-113 or any other 5 provision of law, subject to the availability of money in the Fund 6 and the requirements of this section, the division may transfer 7 money from the fund to an administrator pursuant to a 8 contract TO establish a loan program in accordance with this 9 section. An administrator shall use the money provided TO make 10 loans to eligible homeowners. 11, b, a contract with an administrator may include an 12 administration fee established by the division at an amount 13 reasonably calculated TO cover the administrative costs of the 14 division in implementing and overseeing the program. A contract 15 with an administrator may require the administrator TO repay 16 all lending capital that is not committed to loans under the 17 program and all principal and interest that is repaid by 18 borrowers under the program at the end of the contract period. 19 if, in the judgment of the division, the administrator has not 20 performed successfully under the terms of the contract. The 21 division may redeploy money repaid under this subsection 4, b, 22 through a contract with another new or existing administrator. 23, c, in developing performance benchmarks and 24 performance reviews for administrators, the division shall 25 consult with eligible homeowners and individuals and groups 26 supporting eligible homeowners, including those who have 27 successfully purchased their mobile home park or who have -8, 160. 1 attempted to purchase their mobile home park under section 238-12-217. 3, 5, a, and administrator shall establish and publish 4 policies for the loan program, which must meet any criteria or 5 terms established by the division. ATA minimum, the policies must 6 address 7I, the process and deadlines for applying for and 8 receiving a loan under the program, including the information 9 and documentation required for the application. 10.2, eligibility criteria for eligible homeowners applying 11.2 the program. 12.3, maximum assistance levels for loans. 13.4, loan terms, including interest rates and repayment. 14 terms, including delinquencies, cures, and default terms. 15.v, foreclosure terms. 16.6, reporting requirements for recipients. 17.7, program fees, including the application fee. 18, origination fee, and closing costs policies. 19.8, underwriting and risk management policies. 20.9, the extent to which the loan terms will result in 21, affordable rents and minimal displacement for currently 22 eligible homeowners. 23x, the extent to which loan terms and approval. 24 processes will facilitate offers by eligible homeowners that are 25 competitive to other market offers. 26.11, the feasibility and long-term sustainability of 27 governance and management structures supported by Home. 160. One owner purchase loans, and the extent to which such structures, 2 loan terms, and administration may disadvantage some 3 communities and community members, and 4.12, any additional policies necessary to administer the 5 program. 6b, the policies established by an administrator must 7 allow a previously submitted application or an approved loan TO 8 be transferred to an assignee if a group or association of Home 9 owners provide written notice of an assignment executed 10 pursuant TO section 38-12-217, 8. 11c, the policies required by this subsection, 5, shall be 12 developed and implemented with a goal of generating enough 13 return TO replenish the program for future loan allocations. 14.6, in determining the eligibility of applicants and the size. 15, in terms of loans, the administrator shall prioritize 16 low-income communities and other communities that have faced 17 disproportionate impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic. 18.7a, the division shall establish a grant program to 19, provide grants to 1 or more nonprofit organizations. To 20, provide technical and other assistance to eligible homeowners. 21, seeking to organize and purchase their mobile home park. 22b, the division shall establish and publicize policies for 23, the grant program. At a minimum, the policies must address 24i, the process and any deadlines for applying for, and 25, receiving a grant under the program, including the information 26 and documentation required for the application. 27.2, eligibility and selection criteria for nonprofit. 10.160. 1, organizations applying TO receive grants. 2, 3, maximum grant sizes. 3, 4, any additional specifications or criteria for the uses for of the grant money allowed by subsection 7c of this section. 5v, any reporting requirements for recipients. And 6.6, any additional policies necessary to administer the 7 program. 8c, grant recipients may use grant money. 9i, to provide technical assistance to eligible Home 10 owners seeking TO organize TO purchase their mobile home park. 11i, in accordance with this section. 12.2, TO provide additional assistance to eligible Home 13 owners, including by conducting assessments of the physical. 14, condition of mobile home parks subject TO purchase, procuring, or 15, providing legal or law-related services, providing earnest. 16, deposits or PRE paid escrow, providing supplemental financial. 17, services, or providing additional technical and administrative. 18, assistance after a successful purchase, and 19.3, for other related uses identified by the division. 20d, subject TO available appropriations, grants may be 21, paid from the fund and from any additional funding source for 22, which the division has spending authority for this purpose. 23.8a, the division shall establish a grant program. TO 24, provide grants TO eligible homeowners in order TO support, and 25, maintain the long-term affordability of a resident-owned mobile 26 home park. 27b, the division shall establish and publicize policies for 11.160. 1, the grant program. At a minimum, the policies must address 2i, the process and any deadlines for applying for, and 3, receiving a grant under the program, including the information for and documentation required for the application. 5, the second, eligibility and selection criteria for eligible Home 6 owners applying to receive grants. 7, 3, maximum grant sizes. 8, 4, reporting requirements for recipients. 9v, criteria for the types of rent stabilization, and 10, affordability programs supported by the program. And 11.6, any additional policies necessary to administer the 12 program. 13c, grant recipients may use grant money for programs. 214, stabilize lot rents and limit rent increases in the park in order. 15, TO ensure the long-term affordability of the park. 16d, subject TO available appropriations, Grants may be 17 paid from the fund and from any additional funding source for 18, which the division has spending authority for this purpose. 19.9. The division may seek, accept, and expend gifts, grants, 20 or donations from private or public sources for the purposes of 21 this section. The division shall transmit all money received 22 through gifts, grants, or donations to the state treasurer, who 23 shall credit the money to the fund. 24.10a. The Mobile Home Park Resident Empowerment Loan 25 and Grant Program Fund is hereby created in the State Treasury. 26. The fund consists of any money that the General Assembly 27 appropriates or transfers to the fund and any gifts, grants, or -12-160. 1 donations credited to the fund pursuant to subsection 9 of this 2 section. 3b. The State Treasurer shall credit all interest and for income derived from the deposit and investment of money in the 5 fund to the fund. 6c. Money in the fund is continuously appropriated to the 7 department for the purposes specified in this section. The 8 department may use up to 5% of the money 9 appropriated, transferred, or repaid under a contract with an 10 administrator to the fund to pay for its direct and indirect 11 costs in administering this section. 12d. On July 1st, 2022, the State Treasurer shall transfer $13.35 million of money from the Affordable 14 Housing and Home Ownership Cash Fund, created in Section 1524-75-229, 3a, that originates from the General Fund to the 16 Fund. 17.11. The Department shall annually report on the Loan 18 and grant programs established in this section as part of its 19 State Measurement for Accountable, Responsive, and 20 Transparent, Smart, Government Act presentation required 21 by Section 2-7-203. 22 Section 2. Appropriation. 1. For the 2022-23 state fiscal 23 year, $384,019 is appropriated to the Office of the Governor for use by the 24 Office of Information Technology. This appropriation is from 25 reappropriated funds received from the Department of Local Affairs from 26. The Mobile Home Park Resident Empowerment Loan and Grant Program 27 Fund created in Section 2432-726, 10a, CRS, and is based on an -13-160. 1 assumption that the Office of Information Technology will require an 2 additional 4.3 FTE. To implement this act, the office may use this 3 appropriation to provide information technology services for the 4 Department of Local Affairs. 5.2. For the 2022-23 state fiscal year, $29,571 is appropriated to 6 the Department of Law. This appropriation is from reappropriated Fund 7 received from the Department of Local Affairs from the Mobile Home Park 8 Resident Empowerment Loan and Grant Program Fund created in Section 92432-726, 10a, CRS, and is based on an assumption that the 10 Department of Law will require an additional 0.2 FTE. To implement this 11 Act, the Department of Law may use this appropriation to provide legal 12 services for the Department of Local Affairs. 13 Section 3. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds, 14 determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 15 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. -14-160.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 160 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shee will please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. For those participating remotely, Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 160 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 203.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 203. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 203.
Senate Bill 203 by Senators Fields and Smallwood, also Representatives Lantina and Soper, concerning the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing's oversight of contracted entities providing services to the program of all-inclusive care for the elderly.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 203 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In order to give my colleagues who I see looking through files enough time to get that bill out, I ask that the bill be read at length.
That is a proper motion.
Second Regular Session 73rd General Assembly State of Colorado, revised this version, includes all amendments adopted on second reading in the Second House LLS NO. 22 to 1012.01 Shelby Ross X 4510 Senate Bill 22 to 203. Senate Committees House Committees Health and Human Services Health and Insurance. A bill for an act. 101 concerning the Department of Healthcare Policy and 102 financing's oversight of contracted entities providing 103 services to the program of all-inclusive care for the 104 elderly. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. No later than June 30th, 2023, the bill requires the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing, State Department, in conjunction with the Department of Public Health and Environment, to develop a regulatory. House second reading unamended May 3rd, 2022. Senate third reading unamended April 22nd, 2022. Senate second reading unamended April 21st, 2022. Senate sponsorship Fields and Smallwood, Buckner, Fenberg, Jinal, Hansen, Jaquez Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Coker, Lee, Moreno, Rankin, Simpson, Story, Winter. House sponsorship Lantina and Soper. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. Plan to establish formal oversight requirements for the program of all-inclusive care for the elderly, PACE. No later than March 1st, 2024, the bill requires the State Department to establish, administer, and enforce minimum regulatory standards and rules for the PACE program. The bill requires the State Department to continually analyze the reimbursement methodology for PACE entities and provide an update to specified committees of the General Assembly of any methodology requirements that incorporate encounter data and any associated costs to the State Department in overseeing PACE entities. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, 2 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 25.5-5-412, add 15, 3 as follows, for 25.5-5-412. Program of All-Inclusive Care for the Elderly 5 Services Eligibility Rules Legislative Declaration Definitions. 6:15 no later than June 30th, 2023, the State Department, IN7 conjunction with the Department of Public Health and Aid Environment, shall develop a regulatory plan to establish 9 formal oversight requirements for PACE entities, and developing 10 the plan. The departments shall consider, at a minimum, 11 input from executive agencies, any local governments 12 within a PACE service area, including cities and counties, aging 13 and older adult advocacy organizations, PACE participants. 14 family members of PACE participants, disability advocacy 15 organizations, urban PACE entities, rural PACE entities, and 16 PACE trade organizations. 17.2 State Department demographic data to determine the 18 feasibility of potential or existing PACE entities to establish or 19 expand within a specific geographical area with an established 20 PACE program. 203. 1.3 Utilization, quality, and performance data of each 2 PACE entity and associated PACE entities. 3.4 Business continuity and solvency information of each 4 PACE entity or associated PACE entities. 5.v Measurable innovative practices of PACE entities. 6.6 Staffing practices of PACE entities. 7.7 Transportation data of each PACE entity, including 8 the number of trips, travel time, and pick-up and drop OFF 9 processes. 10.8 Satisfaction and exit survey data of each PACE 11 entity. 12, 9, audits, complaints, and grievances of each PACE 13 entity. 14, X, current PACE oversight processes, including Home 15 health regulatory requirements and licensure. 16, 11, any duplication of federal oversight processes. 17, 12, due process and appeal rights of PACE entities. And 18, 13, citations, fines, and suspension remedies to ensure 19 compliance with regulations to protect the health, safety, and 20 welfare of Medicaid members. 21B, no later than March 1, 2024, the State Department. 22 shall establish, administer, and enforce minimum regulatory 23 standards and rules for the PACE program, including for 24 contracted entities of the PACE program. The standards and 25 rules must be sufficient to ensure the health, safety, and 26 welfare of PACE participants. 27C, the State Department shall continually analyze the -203. 1 reimbursement methodology for PACE entities and provide an 2 update to the House of Representatives Public and Behavioral 3 Health and Human Services Committee, the Senate Health and 4 Human Services Committee, and the Joint Budget Committee, or 5 their successor committees, of any new methodology 6 requirements that incorporate encounter data and any 7 associated cost to the State Department in overseeing PACE 8 entities. 9 Section 2. Act subject to petition effective date. This Act 10 takes effect at 12:01 a.m. on the day following the expiration of the 1190-day period after final adjournment of the General Assembly, except 12 that, if a referendum petition is filed pursuant to Section 1(3) of Article V13 of the State Constitution against this Act or an item, section, or part of this 14 Act within such period, then the Act, item, section, or part will not take 15 effect unless approved by the people at the general election to be held in. 17 Official declaration of the vote thereon by the Governor. -4-203.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. I want to read a little bit from the fiscal note. Now, it's a program for the all-inclusive care of the elderly, and in here, we're asking the state government to step in and take
The State
care of
Department
everybody.
in overseeing PACE entities. 1B.
Okay.
I think we already read it at length. I'm just joking. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll speak at length. I want to talk to the fiscal note because, well, this particular bill is not that expensive. It is crossing into an area that, quite frankly, is not the role of government, and you'll hear this a number of times. But the bill outlines how HCPF is going to establish, administer, and enforce minimum regulatory standards and rules for PACE and contracted entities. It is required to continually analyze the reimbursement methodology for PACE entities and provide legislative updates on new methodology requirements. Ladies and gentlemen, what this is this delving into providing funding, one-year funding, to provide a program which is then going to need to be funded separately in the years ahead. The bill doesn't say that specifically, but once it's in place, that will be the overwhelming urge to do so, because we're taking care of our elderly. That's not the role of government. The elderly is supposed to be able to take care of themselves, and most people do. But this builds upon programs that already exist. We already have programs administered by the various area councils of governments in most cases that deal with the care of the elderly. And this will provide 1-year funding, which is based upon all that federal dollars we got, the ARPA plan, spending plan, in the PACE and for what those programs that the PACE will qualify for. While it's not a lot of money this year, it is 1-year funding. And it is taking those federal dollars, which are fundamentally merely printed dollars. I've said this before, and you'll hear it again. This is fake money, monopoly dollars, that is being thrown into health care for the elderly. It is extraordinarily inflationary, and as we build through this year into an inflationary nightmare, this is not the thing that we should be doing. We should not be spending ARPA dollars, unless it's absolutely critical, and even then, it would have to be a pretty high bar to pass. And I will speak against almost every bill that has ARPA in it. We are at this point
an 8.5% inflation rate year over year. But the real figure is the month to month, and we've exceeding 14%. The producer price index month to month is hitting almost 20%. That is a eye-watering, absolutely crushing inflationary rate. And these kinds of ARPA dollar spending into programs that we really don't have a critical need to spend on are exactly what feeds that inflation rate. I ask for an no vote. Let's have some fiscal discipline for once. It's maybe a steep ask sometimes. It's very tempting when you're handed $1 billion of federal dollars to find something to spend it on. However worthy it may or may not be, we need to say no and stop spending giveaway dollars, printed dollars that don't exist except anywhere from a few mouse clicks that created it in the Federal Reserve and sent us out the dollars. I ask for a no vote, and let's start doing some fiscal responsibility. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative Pico. Representative Beasley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start out with the good news on this bill is that it ends in a petition clause, which is always good, that we respect the people's will to be able to object to decisions that we make here in the legislature and petition against it. The disturbing part for me in Senate Bill 203 is that it very specifically includes CDPHE, the Department of Health and Environment. The goal of the bill, as stated, is to create a regulatory plan to establish oversight requirements for the Care for the Elderly program. And if I look at how well did CDPHE do when it came to the pandemic, well, we have just a trail of closed businesses and a whole society at odds with each other over their handling of it, which was not good. It was a terrific overreach, and I am terrifically concerned that if we give them oversight in regulating the contracted entities that provide services to all-inclusive care for the elderly, that we're going to have similar results, and it's going to be really not good for our aging population. So for those reasons, I would encourage a no vote on Senate Bill 203.
Thank you, Representative Beasley. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be brief in my remarks because this is only a 4-page bill, and there's not much, I think, to it. It's pretty straightforward, but in committee I was a no vote, and I wanted to just outline briefly why I was a no vote. Specifically, I want to key in on, this is of course on page 2, and it's also reflected in the fiscal note here on page 1, but in it, we do see language here that talks about establishing formal oversight requirements for these PACE entities. And I'm just wondering if this is truly needed, if this is in fact a solution in search of a problem, so to speak. I know certainly the bill sponsors might be able to argue their point, and they certainly did so in committee. But as I look at this, ultimately what I think it is ultimately injecting more government into this process and into this issue that we probably don't need. You know, there are many different issues that our state is facing, and then, of course, we've seen that over the course of this year where we're probably nearly going to be passing upwards of 500 bills this year. And this is just one more thing to do here. But I guess to borrow a line from my colleague, Representative Holtorf, if it's not broke, don't fix it. I think that's a fair way to characterize what we're dealing with here. I just don't think it was needed in the first place, but I do appreciate the bill sponsor's intent to try and make sure that we have a good handle on making certain that PACE is administered efficiently and fairly and within the guidelines that we outline in state statute. So members, very simple. I just don't think it was needed. That's why I voted no, and I would encourage my colleagues to vote no as well.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 203 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 10 no votes, and 0 excuse, Senate Bill 203 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to proceed out of order to page 4 for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 190.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 190. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 190.
Senate Bill 190 by Senators Danielson and Quorum, also Representative Ortiz, concerning the creation of a United States Space Force special license plate and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 190 on third reading and final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 190 on third reading and final passage. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk to this, how important this bill is right now to this state. As we compete for the U.S. Space Force Headquarters Command in El Paso County, in Colorado Springs, and at Peterson Air Force Base. Now, a lot of people will say, well, Holtorf, House District 63, what are you doing up there? What in the world are you doing talking about this? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you why. Because many people commute in from as far away as Wiggins, Keensburg, Wiggins, Fort Morgan. They're commuting in to the Front Range to work. If you go out there towards Calhan, all the way to Simla, Matheson, there's folks, Rush, in my district, there's folks commuting in. Now, knowing what I know about the military and knowing what I know about a major command headquarters and the fact that it will staff thousands of service members and hundreds of civilians, and all the support that goes with that. I need this not only for my colleagues from El Paso County, I need this also for my district, because I've got people that commute in. Here's the other thing that it does for my district that most people don't know about. When people retire, they want to get away from the rat race. And do you know where they come? They come out, many of them, to eastern Colorado. And there's good people that come out, particularly military retirees. They're some of the best people to come out and join us in our rural communities. Trying to be a visionary and forward thinking, I really want this. And I think this license plate, I know this is silly, and I apologize, I'm not trying to be silly. I think this license plate sends a message. Not only that, when we do this and print this, Mr. Speaker, I think we should send a courtesy plate to the President of the United States, to the Vice President, to the Secretary of Defense. I don't know if it's legal. I think we should send it to all of our federal delegation. In fact, everybody that is part of that process the decision-making process, I think we should send them a courtesy plate to promote what this is for Colorado, the permanent home of U.S. Space Force. What this means. All politics aside, and I know politics is what got this thing derailed, but we have a better landscape. At least I would think we have a better landscape right now for this. I don't know why we haven't done this already and gotten the headquarters to Peterson Air Force Base, which I have been to. I've been TDY to Peterson. Strategically, it's a very important location. And for the aforementioned reasons, Mr. Speaker, I am a solid, strong, resounding yes for this. And I thank my colleague who brought this bill forward. My only regret, Mr. Speaker, is he did not get a bipartisan House sponsor. And I know you know there were some names that were thrown in that hat, but for some reason we were unable to get that done. So I stand here in strong support, and I'm just really happy that we're doing this.
Thanks, Representative Poltorf. I didn't know that, but I appreciate you letting me know. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been of late getting increasingly uncomfortable with the proliferation of special license plates, but I do have to speak in support of this one. This one is a little bit personal. One of my sons is in the Space Force at the present time, working out of Schriever, and I was in Space Command way back when. So I am a veteran of actual space combat, including ballistic missile defense and actually taking down Scuds. So I've been in the seat, I've been in that position, doing that for real. And this is something which again, strikes to home. Current U.S. Space Command stood up on a brand new building at Peterson Air Force Base some years ago, and I was, as we call it, plank owner in that building, first crew to go in. And I was part of that. So this one strikes home. It's something that is vital as we go in the years ahead. Space is becoming an increasingly vital component. I have been leveraging space or providing space assets for decades already, but it's becoming to the point that nothing works anymore if you don't have that space component. Your GPS doesn't work. Your phones won't work. Your clocks anymore won't work. Your computers and internet won't work. The internet service that everybody tries to get a hold of, whether you're urban, suburban, or rural, or frontier, it won't work without the space component. So it's becoming increasingly important, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to put on the record, since I did not speak on seconds on this, my support for this bill. The Space Force and Space Command has a history that is deeply embedded in Colorado history. I can tell you that when I moved to Colorado, the legal office that I served at Peterson Air Force Base, where I was a staff member, at that point, we were the legal office for NORAD, Air Force Space Command, and U.S. Space Command. U.S. Space Command was in Colorado at Peterson Air Force Base. And then after the attacks on 9/11, the decision was made at the national level to get rid of U.S. Space Command and instead stand up U.S. Northern Command and combine it with NORAD. But ultimately, there has been recognition at the national level of the increasing importance of our space sector for both military defense and commercial, that it is very much a separate area from the Air Force and aerospace, and that is why we were very supportive of reestablishing a U.S. Space Command and Space Force, but it needs to be in Colorado. It is in Colorado where we have the space sector ecosystem. It is in Colorado that we have Air Force Space Command and Army Space Command. I don't know what the Navy is doing over on the East Coast, but we might be able to get them back to Colorado at some point. So members, rise in support of this bill. Appreciate the bill sponsors bringing it and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Catlin. It's hard to know what's to a license plate, Bill. Is it the making of the license plate? Is it the name on the license plate? But we're trying to be as flexible as we can be. The spirit. All right, I like that. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you too, Representative Catlin.
Thank you. Members, I'm here just to say a very short sentence because I promised the Speaker I would. The main reason to vote for this is because we are much closer to space in the state of Colorado than they are in Alabama or any other place in the United States of America. We need to put that advertisement out on our cars and get around the United States, letting everybody know we are much closer to outer space in Colorado than anybody else. Just watch this House of Representatives, you'll know it.
Amen. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 190 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Van Beber is excused. Representative Bachmanfeld. Please close the machine. With 51 aye votes, 13 no votes, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 190 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 12, which is on page 5 of your calendar, members.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 12. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 12.
Senate Bill 12 by Senator Donovan, also Representative Hooton, concerning versions of the Colorado Constitution.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 12 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 12 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 57 aye votes, 8 no votes, and 0 excuse, Senate Bill 12 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 155 on page 6.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 155. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 155.
Senate Bill 155 by Senator Quorum, also Representative Hooton, concerning an expansion of medical marijuana research grant programs.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 155 on third reading and final passage.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 155 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 155 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 228 on page 7.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 228. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 228.
Senate Bill 228 by Senator Rodriguez, also Representative Valdez A, concerning the requirement that retail establishments accept United States currency.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 228 on third reading and final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 228 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 228 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Just one. There we go. Please close the machine. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 6, also on page 7.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 6. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 6.
Senate Bill 6 by Senators Colker and Rodriguez, also Representatives McLaughlin and Snyder, concerning an increase in the amount of sales tax revenue that a retailer may retain to cover the retailer's expense in collecting and remitting the tax, and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 6 on third reading and final passage.
See Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill be read at length.
That is a proper
Second
motion.
regular session, 73rd General Assembly, State of Colorado, revised this version, includes all amendments adopted on second reading in the Second House LLS NO. 22 to 729.01 Megan McCall X 4215 Senate Bill 22-006. Senate Committees, House Committees, Finance, Appropriations. A bill for an act. 101 concerning an increase in the amount of sales tax revenue. 102 that a retailer may retain to cover the retailer's 103 expense in collecting and remitting the tax, and, in 104 connection therewith, making an appropriation. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill permits a retailer with total taxable sales in the amount of $100,000 or less to retain 5.3% of the sales tax reported as compensation for the retailer's expenses incurred in collecting and remitting the tax. House amended second reading May 5, 2022. Senate third reading unamended March 14, 2022. Senate amended second reading March 11, 2022. Senate sponsorship Coker and Rodriguez, Bridges, Cook, Gardner, Hansen, Heisey, Holbert, Kirkmeyer, Lee, Liston, Lundin, Pedersen, Priola, Rankin, Simpson, Smallwood, Woodward. House sponsorship McLaughlin and Snyder. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. Vendor fee, for sales made in 2023, rather than retaining a 4% vendor fee, which is what current law allows. The bill also clarifies that the calculation of the amount that is credited to the Housing Development Grant Fund is only based on the changes to the vendor fee from House Bill 19 to 1245, and not on any subsequent modifications, including those changes made in this bill. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, 2 Section 1. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly 3 hereby finds and declares that 4a. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has caused adverse impacts 5 to small businesses in Colorado and continues to do so. 6b. The financial viability of small businesses is critical to 7. Colorado's economic recovery from the impacts of COVID-19. 8c. Retail businesses in Colorado are required to collect and remit 9 sales tax revenue to the state, except that a retailer may retain a certain 10% of the sales tax collected for the expense of collecting and 11 remitting the sales tax revenue, and 12d. The General Assembly finds that in order to provide financial 13 relief to small retail businesses in the state, Department of Revenue shall 14 permit retailers with a certain amount of taxable sales to retain a larger 15% of the sales tax they collect. 16 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes 39-21-119.5, add 7. 17 as follows, 1839-21-119.5. Mandatory electronic filing of returns, 19 mandatory electronic payment penalty waiver definitions. 27a. In order to induce the electronic payment of taxes and 21 fees administered under Section 39-21-102, the Executive 22 Director may deduct processing costs from the payment in lieu. 2006. 1. Of imposing a convenience fee, and if the processing costs are 2 deducted from the payment, the Executive Director shall credit 3 the full amount of the payment collected to the taxpayers for account. Processing costs may be deducted by the Executive 5 Director under this subsection. 7. Regardless of if electronic 6 payment is mandated under this section. 7b. Notwithstanding any provision to the contrary, if the 8 Executive Director deducts processing costs pursuant to this 9 subsection. 7. The State Treasurer shall credit the full amount 10 of the payment collected less the deducted processing costs to 11 the appropriate fund. 12c. If the Executive Director is required to distribute 13 payment to a local government, the Executive Director shall 14 deduct the processing costs from state revenue and shall not 15 reduce the amount distributed to the local government. 16d. As used in this subsection. 717i. Convenience fee means the convenience fee that a 18 state governmental entity is authorized to impose on a person. 19 that uses alternative forms of payment under Section 2024-19.5-103. 3. 21.2. Processing costs means actual costs incurred by 22 the department to process a transaction by an alternative Form 23 of payment for which the department is authorized to impose a 24 convenience fee. 25 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes 39-26-105, amend 26, 1d, I, as follows, 2739-26-105. Vendor liable for tax definitions, repeal. -3006. 1d, I, A, for sales made on or after January 1st, 2020, except AS2 provided in subsection 1d, I, B. Of this section, the amount 3 retained by a retailer to cover the retailer's expense in collecting and 4 remitting tax in accordance with this section is 4% of the tax 5 reported, except that a retailer shall not retain more than $1,006 in any filing period. 7B, for sales made on and after January 1st, 2023, but 8 before January 1st, 2024. The amount retained by a retailer to 9 cover the retailer's expense in collecting and remitting tax in 10 accordance with this section for any filing period that the 11 retailers' total taxable sales are less than or equal to $1,200,000 is 5 3/10% of 13 the tax reported, except that a retailer should not retain more 14 than $1,000 in any filing period. This subsection 15, 1, D, I, B, IS repealed, effective January 1st, 2032. 16, Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 39-26-123, amend. 17, 3B, I, and repeal 1A, as follows, 1839-26-123. Receipts, disposition, transfers of General Fund 19 surplus, sales tax holding fund, creation, definitions. 1. As used in 20 this section, unless the context otherwise requires. 21A. Increase in sales and use tax revenue attributable to the 22 vendor fee changes means an amount equal to the net revenue for a fiscal 23 year minus what the net revenue would have been for the fiscal year if the 24 amount retained by a vendor to cover the vendor's expenses in collecting 25 and remitting sales tax had not been modified by House Bill 19 to 1245. 26 enacted in 2019. 27, 3, for any state fiscal year commencing on or after July 1st, 2013. -4006. 1. The state treasurer shall credit 85% of all net revenue to collected under this Article 26 to the Old Age Pension Fund created in 3 Section 1 of Article ZIV of the state constitution. The state treasurer 4 shall credit to the general fund the remaining 15% of the net 5 revenue, less 6B, I, except as set forth in subsection 3B2 of this section. 7. An amount equal to the fiscal year increase in sales and use tax revenue 8 attributable to the vendor fee changes made by House Bill 19 to 1245. 9. Enacted in 2019, which amount the state treasurer shall credit to the 10 Housing Development Grant Fund created in section 2432-721, 1. 11. Section 5. Appropriation. 1. For the 2022 to 23 state fiscal 12 year, $61,980 is appropriated to the Department of Revenue. This 13 appropriation is from the general fund. To implement this act, the 14 department may use this appropriation as follows. 15A, $16,875 for tax administration IT system, GenTax, support. 16B, $6,400 for use by the Executive Director's Office for Personal 17 Services. 18C, $33,705 for use by the Taxation Services Division for Personal 19 Services, and 20D, $5,000 for use by the Taxation Services Division for Operating 21 Expenses. 22 Section 6. Act subject to petition effective date. This Act 23 takes effect at 12:01 a.m. on the day following the expiration of the 24 90-day period after final adjournment of the General Assembly, except 25 that, if a referendum petition is filed pursuant to Section 1(3) of Article V 26 of the State Constitution against this Act or an item, section, or part of this 27 Act within such period, then the Act, item, section, or part will not take. -5006. 1. Effect unless approved by the people at the general election to be held in. 3. Official declaration of the vote thereon by the governor.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for listening to this bill, folks. What I did want to mention is that this actually is a bill that will save the taxpayers of Colorado some money. It will let the retailers keep, if you are listening and paying attention, the retailers can keep an additional amount of the sales tax as compensation for their expenses. That is actually a good pro-business bill. It was amended as it came through the system, folks, and I know that there's been times I've come down here and said that there were some issues with bills and that we were adding too much to what might be a good premise, and then we were adding all these extra pieces of legislation. I know I did that Friday night. Because there were 23 extra pages, but this bill is concise, it is short, it actually just saves money for our small businesses that are desperately trying to keep up with what is really an overwhelming tax burden that we have placed on businesses. But this is one time. My only wish is that we were making it last longer. And all that being said, I still will be supporting this bill, and I ask that you do too.
Representative Van Winkle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also like this bill and thank the bill sponsors for bringing it. There's a few reasons why. Actually, I think it was either last year or the year before, we actually reduced the vendor fee and what vendors could hold on to, because they're the ones that are collecting the taxes on behalf of government, and so they're allowed to keep a small portion of that for themselves to be able to pay for the costs of collecting taxes on behalf of government. One of the things we did a few years ago that was very actually troublesome and worrisome for the people of Colorado was we reduced the vendor fee. This moves it back to 5.3%, which is altogether proper and just, and I appreciate that, because why that was so scary, not necessarily from a financial impact standpoint, although it did hurt the small businesses of Colorado, was more specifically in the South Dakota v. Wayfair opinion that was issued. Of course, it opened up the door to a whole new version of taxation, taxing something on where it's being shipped as opposed to where it is. Colorado has had, and still does to some extent, but it is better, has one of the most overly burdensome and complicated tax codes in the United States of any of the 50 states. And with that Wayfair opinion, one of the things that it said is that a state cannot their state's tax policy cannot be overly burdensome. Now, when we reduced the vendor fee and allowed businesses to keep less of the charges of having to collect the tax on behalf of Colorado, I believe it actually opened the state of Colorado up to a very large lawsuit that I don't believe we could have won, because it would be very difficult to argue that our tax system in Colorado isn't overly burdensome. Now, we have made great progress through many of the bills that have passed through this body in recent years, specifically from the Tax Simplification Task Force, but this is a good bill. I do wish it lasted longer, but it does touch on a very serious topic matter, and very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Van Winkle. Representative Luck?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I voted no in committee on this bill for a variety of reasons. One of the reasons actually was brought to me by an individual who used to work for a pretty big company, and they make more than $100,000 in taxable sales per filing period, but their margins are much smaller. And so he was arguing to me that this is not the best way to approach these kinds of tax breaks, because you could have a small business who has very little overhead and who makes these less than $100,000 in taxable sales, but are actually doing much better than those who make more than that. And so he was arguing that probably a better way to go about it would be to ensure that to categorize it based off of actual profits, where the health indicators are of the business, so as to not put burden on those who are struggling, those businesses that are struggling, who we would say they're bigger, so therefore they must be more solvent, but that's not necessarily the case. You can have small businesses that are more solvent and are smaller than those that are bigger. And so I voted no for that reason. I also voted no because it is just for one calendar year. And, looking at this and saying, well, what is 1 year? If we're looking at actually relieving this burden, should we not be looking at it for a much longer period of time? Thank you.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption. Oh, sorry, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is such a good idea, and I really want to thank the bill sponsors for bringing this, because we know how hurt small businesses were during the COVID-19 pandemic. We know the struggles, those of us in small business and that watch small business, we know the struggles. And as I talk right now, thank you, ma'am. I think this is such a good idea, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move to run a third reading amendment on this bill, asking for permission, thank you, to run a third reading amendment. And I'd like the bill sponsors to come forward to look at my third reading amendment, because it's a really great amendment. And it's going to extend this out and give a little more opportunity. If I could ask for the privilege. And I see one of the bill sponsors coming here. I'm going to give this to the Assistant Majority Leader to hand to my colleague. Oh, right, and another one here. Okay. So I'd ask for the permission, sir, for a third reading amendment.
Seeing no further discussion.
Well, can I have it presented?
I
know, I'm waiting for permission.
You can put it up if you like. It's hard when the sponsors don't know.
Well, you're going to find out in a minute. Okay, so I don't know if it can be displayed. There we go. So, thank you. So this particular amendment.
I'm not sure I recognize. Are you asking to be recognized, Representative Holtorf?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'm asking for recognition from the Speaker.
Yeah, just hard on
to
third
actually
reading,
have
please.
permission to say anything with regard to my amendment, please.
Yep, there you go. You've been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your leadership. What this does, simply, because we know that COVID lasted more than a year, we know that we're still in this post-COVID environment, it extends the end date from January 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025. And it really, really supports and allows for a little more a little more retention of the taxes to help them, to boost them along, to give them that hand up. Because we want that hand up for small business to revitalize and revive our main streets, particularly in rural Colorado and all across the state. So I'm excited about this amendment. And I'd sure like to ask for full support of this amendment on third reading, sir.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Is there any further discussion on permission? Representative Snyder and Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Holtorf, for bringing this. I really appreciate you digging into this. This was well tailored to really address the immediacy of the need with small businesses. We haven't had a chance to think about the fiscal impact or anything else. It would have to go back to approps. So we're going to respectfully ask for a no on this proposed amendment L003. But thank you very much.
See no further discussion. The question before us is permission to offer a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 6. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Please close the machine. With 25 aye votes, 26 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to grant permission to offer a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 6 is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 6 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 aye votes, 5 no votes, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 6 is adopted. Co-sponsors. please close the machine. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 185, located on page 3.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 185. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 185.
Senate Bill 185 by Senators Danielson and Buckner, also Representatives Lindsay and Young, concerning addressing the needs of older Coloradans through the Strategic Investments in Aging Grant Program.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 185 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 185. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. We're bouncing around here to the point where let's read this at length. I move that we read this at length and we'll catch our bearings. Thank you.
Okay, that's a proper
Senate
motion.
Committees, House Committees, Health and Human Services, Health and Insurance. A bill for an act. 101 concerning addressing the needs of older Coloradans. 102 through the Strategic Investments in Aging Grant 103 program. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill renames the Area Agency on Aging Grant Program to the Strategic Investments in Aging Grant Program, Grant Program. The grant program administers state assistance to finance projects across the state that are intended to assist and support older Coloradans. The bill extends the grant program indefinitely to continue the House second reading unamended May 3, 2022. Senate third reading unamended April 18, 2022. Senate amended second reading April 14, 2022. Senate sponsorship Danielson and Buckner, Coleman, Fields, Ginal, Hansen, Joquez Lewis, Coker, Lee, Pedersen, Story, Winter, Zenzinger. House sponsorship Lindsay and Young. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. Support of projects that promote the health, equity, well-being, and security of older Coloradans across the state. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, 2 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 26-11-208, Amend 3, 1, 2, Introductory Portion, 2E, 3, 5A, 5C, and 5D, Repeal 4, 6, and add 2G and 2H as follows, 526-11-208. Strategic Investments in Aging Grant Program 6 Fund created report definitions. 1. As used in this section, unless 7 the context otherwise requires, 8A. Eligible organization means an area agency on aging. 17C. Grant program or program means the area agency on. 18. Strategic Investments in Aging Grant Program created in subsection 2, 19 of this section. 22. The area agency on Strategic Investments in Aging Grant 21 program is established in the state office. The state office shall establish 22 and administer the grant program. The purpose of the grant program is to 23 provide state assistance received in the form of grant awards to finance 24 various projects across the state that are intended to assist and support 25 older Coloradans. The grant program is intended to support projects that -2 185. 1. Promote the health, equity, well-being, and security of older Coloradans 2 across the state that are consistent with the recommendations of 3. The Strategic Action Plan on Aging, developed pursuant to 4 Section 2432-3406, AS. That section existed prior to July 1, 2022. 5. And the State Plan on Aging described pursuant to Section 626-11-203, 1, including 7E. Home modification programs, and 8G. Community assessments, data collection, and 9. Research, and 10H. Pilot programs and demonstration projects. 11.3a. By October 31, 2021, the state office shall collaborate 12 with area agencies on aging described in Section 26-11-2042. 13. Adopt policies and procedures for the administration of the 14 program. 15. 2. Establish and publicize criteria for the program. And create 16 application procedures by which eligible organizations may 17th apply for and receive grant money from the grant program. 18.3. Create application procedures by which eligible organizations -3 185.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
185. 1I, begin accepting grant applications, and 2, verify that each accepted application meets the criteria 3 established in subsection 3A of this section. 4C, in making an award, the state office shall specify the amount 5 of each grant. 6D-B, during the 2023 regular legislative session beginning in January 7, 2023, and every January thereafter, the State Department 8 shall include in its report to the committees of reference pursuant to the 9-state measurement for accountable, responsive, and transparent 10 SMART Government Act hearing required by Section 2-7-20311 information from the State Office regarding the grant program, as set forth 12 in this subsection 3, prior to its repeal in 2022, including information on 13 the type of projects financed by grant awards, the amount of money 14 awarded to each project, and where those projects were conducted, and the 15 programs' impact on the health, equity, well-being, and security of older 16 Coloradans. 17.5a, there is created in the State Treasury the Area Agency on 18 Strategic Investments in Aging Cash Fund. The fund consists of money 19 appropriated to the fund by the General Assembly. 20c, any unexpended and unencumbered money in the fund at the 21 end of the fiscal year 2021 to 22 remains in the fund and is not transferred 22 to the general fund or any other fund. Except that any remaining money 23 in the fund as of December 31st, 2022, shall be credited to the general fund 24 notwithstanding the provisions of section 2436-114, all interest 25 derived from the deposit and investment of money in the fund is 26 credited to the fund. 27D, subject to annual appropriation by the General Assembly, the -4 185. One state office may expend money from the fund for the purpose of 2 implementing this section, including any direct and indirect costs. The 3 state office may only expend 3% of the money on administrative for costs. Money in the fund is continuously appropriated to the State 5 Department TO fund programs and projects consistent with this 6th section. The State Department may expend money from the Fund 7 for the purpose of implementing this section, including any 8 direct and indirect costs. 9.6. This section is repealed, effective December 31st, 2022. 10 Section 2. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds, 11 determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 12 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. -5 185.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. You know, my objection to Senate Bill 185 is really philosophical. This seems to begin establishing or furthers the establishment of the state as the church. I mean, where our community grew up was a very healthy environment of families taking care of each other, especially as we get older, we take care of our own. And where family is unable because there are none or just otherwise incapable, then the church steps up. And we take care of each other in that organic way, and that's how life ought to be. But as we begin institutionalizing care, then it kind of encourages a lack of planning, for one. Say, the church of the state's going to take care of me, rather than we salt things away and get ready to take care of ourselves, in addition to, of course, Social Security that we all, of course, have confidence is going to be around forever. This is pricey in that it will spend $6 million of $15 million appropriated in a previous bill. And $6 million is an awful lot, but it's just a foot in the door for what's to come. This is going to grow and grow and grow, and I'm terrifically concerned that we are yet again using the state in an inappropriate fashion. And so I'll also just mention that there's not a need for a safety clause in this bill. We ought not to get into that habit any more than we already have. So I encourage a no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I appreciate the opportunity to kind of analyze this bill as we move out of sequence in the calendar. I guess what struck me as I look at this 22-185 is that it starts off addressing the needs of older Coloradans through strategic investments, and at some point, about page 3, it starts working more into the green energy dogma that seems to be really out of line with the spirit of the bill. And I'll just read a couple of lines here from page 3, line 21, Roman numeral 4. Coordinate with the Colorado Energy Office, created in section 24-38.5-101, on incentives and potential investments that align with the greenhouse goals described in section 25-7-102 to increase energy efficiency and renewable energy in buildings, etc. I just can't help but kind of feel like the real intent of this was the whole greenhouse gas thing and not so much the needs of older Coloradans. It seems two bills wrapped into one. I'm a no on this. I urge a no vote.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition on the same point. The issue here, they're trying to support older Coloradans, but by inserting this, what we're really doing is we're having everybody else in the state fund those incentives to pay for green vehicles. And let's be very, very clear. I've said this many times and I'll continue to say it. Zero emission vehicles are not zero emission. They're coal powered and oil powered and natural gas powered. They should be nuclear powered, but that's for another day. Incentives to buy green vehicles are a cost to everybody else who don't have green vehicles. Let's make that very, very clear. That's what this bill has included within it. It's inserted in there, and this is an issue which we keep finding inserted in many, many other bills. We're going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but we're not, because again, those vehicles are powered by oil and gas fired power plants and coal-fired power plants, or they're picked up through the grid. Plus, the cost to the utilities of building the infrastructure to put that additional load out in the neighborhoods where the cars will be is, again, a cost borne by everyone, not just those who benefit from the benefit. This is a redistribution of money, and it's fundamentally inflationary to those of us who don't buy the vehicles, and just gives a special benefit for the lucky few. I ask for no vote.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We heard this in Health and Human Services, and I rise in opposition to this particular bill. First off, I just want to draw attention, this is on page 1, obviously, where it talks about the bill summary here, but I think it's important, where we're talking about the grant program administering state assistance to finance projects across the state that are intended to assist and support older Coloradans. This is certainly something that I think is intended to do good, but I ultimately think it's also not the role of government. But what's even more, I think, objectionable, at least from my point of view, is that it extends the program indefinitely, and then, as you can see in the summary, and this is on also expressed in detail on, I believe, page 4, where it talks about to promote the health, equity, well-being, and security of older Coloradans across the state. Again, these are all sort of noble, lofty, good, well-intentioned ideas, but it gets back to what the role of government is. Philosophically, this is not the role of the government. And then you add in what my colleagues, Representative Hanks touched on, what Representative Pico touched on, with respect to, pardon me, I'm looking for it specifically, where it does talk about, again, investments in green, in sort of green technology, so to speak, to lower greenhouse gases. This is on page 3, lines 21 through 26, coordinate with the Colorado Energy Office created in Section 24-3A.5-101 on incentives and potential investments that align with the greenhouse goals described in Section 25-7-102 to increase energy efficiency and renewable electricity in buildings used by older Coloradans and the use of electric vehicles for transporting older Coloradans. Members, I have to concur with my colleague, Representative Hanks. This appears to be two different things commingled into one bill, which I would wonder, if that even fits within the single subject rule here. But I suppose it's a different issue to discuss. But at the end of the day, there are many other ways that we can help older Coloradans. Helping them to lower greenhouse emissions is not one of them. The other part I take issue with gets back to, and you'll forgive me, I was looking at it right here on page 4, the inclusion of the word equity. I mean, that's a nice word that I think a lot of us, at first glance, we're not necessarily opposed to, but what does that mean? It's not really defined in this bill, and I'm not sure what it has to do with continuing funding a grant program that was targeted towards helping older Coloradans, presumably, pay bills or make sure that they keep the lights on or the heat on in their homes. There's just not enough clarity here, number one. Number two, this isn't really the role of government. And number three, we shouldn't be continuing this program indefinitely, especially while including green progressive ideology throughout the bill. So I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the principal requirements for good law is plain reading, the ability of the average guy to pick up a book on laws and say, I know what this means, and I can follow this. In this bill, on page 2, lines 8 and 9, it says, eligible organization means an area agency on aging as defined in section 2611-201. Here in 2611-201, it says area agency on aging means an identifiable private nonprofit. And then continues on with, which works for the interests of older Coloradans, blah, 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 blah. Here's my issue with this, members. In Article 5, Section 34 of the Colorado Constitution, it clearly states that no appropriation, which means $0, shall be made for charitable, industrial, educational, or benevolent purposes to any person, corporation, which would be nonprofit corporation as well as private for-profit corporation, or community not under the absolute control of the state, nor to any denominational or sectarian institution or association. The plain reading of Article 5, Section 34 would prohibit us from actually passing this into law. Now, I understand that there are court cases and different things that interpret this outside of what I say is a plain meaning. No appropriation, absolutely $0 shall be made for benevolent purposes, and this program is a benevolent purpose. No appropriation, no money shall be made for benevolent purposes to any corporation. But we know that in the definition, we're talking about a private nonprofit corporation. And so, members, this is one of the problems that I have with a lot of the bills that we consider here. It's a plain violation. Not only does it supersede the role of government, as my colleagues have already stated, but it supersedes the plain reading of this Constitution. Now, again, some colleagues might come down and say, well, what about these court cases from 1940 and blah, 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 blah. Okay, maybe. But the plain reading, going back to that important principle of law, that the average guy can pick up the Constitution and know what it means, the plain meaning says we cannot do this. We cannot pass this program. For, in essence, we are giving money to a private, nonprofit corporation that is outside the sole control of us as the state of Colorado. Therefore, I ask for a no vote.
Representative Sober.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also rise in opposition of Senate Bill 185. We heard this in Health and Insurance, and I was also a no vote there as well, so I want to be consistent here on third reading. When I look at the bill, certainly just reading the title and then matching it with what's in the bill, there's quite the disconnect. So the title reads, "A Bill for an Act Concerning Addressing the Needs of Older Coloradans Through the Strategic Investments in Aging Grant Program." It sounds very good, very lofty, but then you turn over to page 3 on the bill, and it talks about the funds are applied for by an eligible organization. As my colleague just talked about, there are concerns that this raises constitutional questions on if the legislature can even make this appropriation to these nonprofits. But then when you read down further on page 3, it talks about the greenhouse goals described, and then there's the statutory citation to increase energy efficiency and renewable energy in buildings used by older Coloradans, and the use of electric vehicles for transporting older Coloradans. I think there's a lot of unknown questions here, such as, are these the buses to take older Coloradans from a long-term care facility to a hospital? Are we talking about subsidizing or buying Teslas or perhaps Rivian to help some of our shares of stock to transport older Coloradans around town, maybe to the grocery store? Certainly when it comes to renewable electricity in buildings used by older Coloradans, I'm not quite sure how that even gets to the title itself of what we're trying to address, which is the needs of older Coloradans. I think older Coloradans, you could arguably say, would be the beneficiaries of perhaps having renewable energy electricity. But as far as actually helping with their day-to-day needs, I would like to think the goal of this bill is actually to help older Coloradans who are perhaps cash-strapped and living on a fixed income. Those Coloradans, under a recent survey, are most concerned with having money to pay for medication and medical bills, having resources to pay for food, having resources to make their home handicap accessible to be able to stay in the family home until that point in time in which they would have to move in with either kids or a long-term care facility. And then when they do talk about energy efficiency, it's apparently the ability to try to stop cold drafts in their house, especially in wintertime. Those are what older Coloradans have said are what their needs are, particularly those older Coloradans who are cash-strapped and on a fixed income. And then you drop back down to page 3 of the bill, and it's talking about trying to achieve our greenhouse goals, and it's talking about having renewable electricity in buildings used by older Coloradans. And I can only think, I mean, are we wanting to put solar panels on the homes of older Coloradans? Are we going to put wind turbines out in the fields next to the farmhouse in which an older Coloradan lives? There's certainly a lot of unknown elements within this bill, but this really ought to be an energy bill, not an investment in older Coloradans' needs. Those are two different things, and I think that we can have this conversation. We can actually talk about reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We can talk about renewable electricity. We can talk about trying to get more Coloradans into electric vehicles. Those are all conversations that we have day in and day out here in this General Assembly. But this bill, this particular bill that we have in front of us that we're going to be voting on here in a few minutes, this one is concerning the needs of older Coloradans. And if we're talking about needs, not wants, but needs, I mean, I think everyone would love to have a Tesla. If my grandparents were still living, particularly one grandfather would have loved a Tesla because of the get up and go. But that's not a need of older Coloradans. And that's what this bill is concerned with. And like I said, when we went back to survey data and we're looking at, well, what is it that older Coloradans who are on a fixed income, strapped for cash need? They need resources to be able to pay their medical bills and medication, resources to be able to pay for food, or making their home handicap accessible so they can stay there until that time comes in which they have to move into a long-term care facility. And then when they talk about energy efficiency, they're talking about putting plastic over the windows to try to keep the cold drafts out, shutting doors to bedrooms they're not using, putting in space heaters in addition to the current heaters in which they have running to just stay warm. Because when you're 80, 90 years old, you kind of want the temperature in your house to be 80 or 90 degrees because it feels good at that age, even if you happen to be wearing a couple of jumpers. So members, these are two different bills in one, and they really ought to be divided. And really, we ought to be sending it back to second reading to consider some of these more lofty questions of the fact that these are two separate issues here. And Mr. Speaker, I'd move to refer this back to second reading.
That's a proper motion. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to refer Senate Bill 185 back to second reading. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 41 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to refer Senate Bill 185 back to second reading is lost. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that was not the motion I was going to make, although I do support it, or did support it. One of the things I wanted to mention on this bill, Senate Bill 185, is that it is continuously appropriated, and you have probably heard me speak about what happens when we pass a bill that is continuously appropriated, and that's what happened with the original bill, Senate Bill 21-290 last year, where we put some grant money into this fund and put the money there, but it was continuously appropriated. Now, the money, there is still some money left over, but now we've come back with this new bill, and you've just heard some of my colleagues discussing all the changes that we are making to this fund in this bill, and the rest of the money is still going to be out and be spent. And while there's $6 million left there, there is now a whole new set of criteria and priorities that are going to be being addressed here in Senate Bill 22-185. And so I just want to make sure that you all know that we are making some pretty big changes here with the finances in this program. And because it was continuously appropriated, it never came back to the Joint Budget Committee. It never came back through appropriations. The Finance Committee did not look at it this year. The Health and Insurance Committee did take a look at the changes, but the money was still not addressed. The money piece was not looked at this year because of those continuous appropriations. And once again, you have heard me speaking about this, and I'm not going to give up on this, folks. It's the job of the legislature to pass a budget every year, and that includes taking a look at the money and taking a look at the programs that are being implemented that we voted to do, that we as a body voted to have in the legislature. So those are majorities matter, and those programs were approved by a majority. That being said, the Joint Budget Committee and the legislature as a whole is supposed to pass a budget every year, and that means look at the money and the programs and the spending and who's getting it. And folks, I just feel like we've really been passing off, we've been ceding our responsibilities to the departments when we do these continuous appropriations that have no ability to come back through the legislature again the following year. So with that, because this bill did just go straight from health and insurance to the floor to second reading, folks, I'm going to move that the bill be referred back to appropriations so that we can take a look at the money piece of this fund. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make that motion.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. That's a proper motion. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to refer Senate Bill 185 back to appropriations. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Leader Escar votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Representative Cutter is excused. With 24 aye votes, 40 no votes, and one... Oh yeah, please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 40 no votes, and one excused, the motion to refer Senate Bill 185 to the Appropriations Committee is lost. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. Members, in my 8 years in the House, one of the true pleasures of this job has been a close working relationship with the Area Agency on Aging and their commitment to the seniors in our community. Quite frankly, when I was reading through this bill, I was shocked to see how we are taking the grant program, which has always been directly to Area Agency on Aging, and really laying the groundwork for a shift of those monies to other purposes. And so if you look on page 2 under eligible organization, it used to, the current definition, eligible organization means Area Agency on Aging as defined in statute, but all of a sudden that's not where this money is focused. Now it's expanded to say, and other entities the State Department determines appropriate. That's kind of a non-definition, right? You're just delegating that off to another agency, completely open-ended. Other entities that the State Department determines appropriate to advance strategies and investments aligned with the Strategic Action Plan on Aging, as the section existed prior to July 1st, 2022, and the State Plan on Aging. But you also have then the expansion of the grant program, again, that used to be defined as program on Area Agency on Aging, and now is a program on strategic investments. So in no way, form, or fashion is this increasing money focused on the issues that the seniors have identified as their priority, whether it is the at-risk community that is dealing with financial and other abuse, whether it is how to pay their property tax, whether it is how to pay for their other bills. This is really a dilution of the grant program that has historically been focused on the priorities of seniors in our communities, and now is laying the groundwork for those monies to be diverted to the green agenda. Respectfully, members, that is a different bill, and we should not be taking the Area Agency on Aging and the great work they do in focusing on priorities for seniors, diluting that grant program, creating a process where those monies can now be shifted to the greenhouse gas agenda. This is just wrong. There are other bills to focus on those priorities. Why are we hijacking the Area Agency on Aging program and setting up a statutory framework to divert monies in that grant program away from the priorities of seniors? I note on page 3 that now this state plan on aging, as I referenced earlier, is going to include coordinate with the Colorado Energy Office on incentives and potential investments that align with the greenhouse goals described in section 25-7-102 to increase energy efficiency and renewable electricity in buildings used by older Coloradans and the use of electric vehicles for transporting older Coloradans. Well, respectfully, we already have energy efficiency programs that are specific to seniors, that are built around their needs and criteria. But now, has anybody polled seniors to see how high a priority they have for buying a Prius? I suspect it wouldn't make the top 100. And yet that seems to be what this bill is assuming. And I don't know why all of a sudden it's the Colorado Energy Office, of all things, that gets to set priorities in how this money is spent, as opposed to the well-established expertise of the Area Agency on Aging, who has done such a great job in focusing on the needs of our seniors. Ask for a no vote.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I concur with Representative Carver. I get down to page 3, coordinate with the Colorado Energy Office and incentives and potential investments, and I'm going, this is a grant program. We're giving money away, not investing it, and instead of going to the agencies on aging, an organization that I highly am supportive of and have run legislation for and also have a good reputation with. And then there comes a bill that would look like I had a hand in it because I'm a legislator, and it says the money will go to the Colorado Energy Office instead of to the organizations that actually help the elderly. Ladies and gentlemen, could this possibly be something close to a bait and switch? I don't know. I'll let you make up that decision for yourself, but I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 185 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 0 excuse, Senate Bill 185 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 98 on page 6.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 98. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 98.
Senate Bill 98 by Senator Rodriguez, also Representatives Robertson Will, concerning a task force to examine the creation of a program allowing for the use of donated, unused drugs and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 98 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Beasley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate, for the sake of my catching up, for any comments, that this bill be read at length.
Did you move it? I think you moved it. That's a proper motion.
Second Regular Session 73rd General Assembly State of Colorado revised this version, includes all amendments adopted on second reading in the Second House LLS NO 22 to 640.01 Breda Darling X 2241 Senate Bill 22-098. Senate Committees House Committees Health and Human Services Health and Insurance Appropriations A bill for an act. 101 concerning a task force to examine the creation of a 102 program allowing for the use of donated and used drugs, 103 and, in connection therewith, making an appropriation. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill creates the Colorado Drug Reuse Opportunity Program. The program allows members of the public, healthcare providers, pharmacies, healthcare facilities, drug manufacturers, and other entities to donate prescription drugs, excluding controlled substances, and over-the-counter medicine, drugs, to be distributed or House second reading unamended May 5, 2022. Senate third reading unamended April 20, 2022. Senate amended second reading April 19, 2022. Senate sponsorship Rodriguez, Buckner, Ginal, Gonzalez, Liston, Winter. House sponsorship Robertson Will. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. Redispensed to Colorado residents with a prescription for such a drug or symptoms treatable with such a drug, eligible patients. Donated drugs are free to eligible patients, although there may be a fee for processing and redispensing the drugs. The bill establishes requirements for donating and used drugs, receiving and accepting drug donations, and redispensing and administering and used drugs to eligible patients. Storing, repackaging, and labeling donated drugs. Disposing of donated drugs that cannot be redispensed, and record keeping relating to the donation, receipt, and reuse of the donated drugs. In redispensing the donated drugs, to the extent possible, the program gives priority to eligible patients who are not covered by health insurance or who lack adequate health insurance coverage or whose income falls below a certain income level. The State Board of Pharmacy shall promulgate rules, including rules for donating and receiving drugs, labeling and repackaging drugs, and redispensing or administering drugs by persons authorized to dispense or administer drugs. With certain exceptions, the bill provides immunity from civil or criminal liability or professional discipline for a manufacturer, donor, or receiver of drugs for activities directly attributable to donating, receiving, redispensing, or administering a drug under the program. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 25-1.5-118 as 3 follows. For 25-1.5-118. Drug Repository Task Force Creation Report. 5 definitions, repeal. 1. The Drug Repository Task Force is hereby 6. Created in the Department. The purpose of the task force is to 7. Examine drug repository programs for unused prescription drugs. 8. And over-the-counter medications in the country to determine 9. The best model for Colorado to implement a safe, efficient, and 10. Effective drug repository program in the state. 11. 2. As used in this section, unless the context otherwise. Dash 2098. 1 requires 2. A. Medicine means prescription drugs and 3 over-the-counter medications. 4. B. Task force means the drug repository task force 5 created in this section. 6. 3. The task force consists of at least 13 and number 7 more than 15 voting members, as follows. 8A. 6 members appointed by the executive director of the 9 department, as follows. 10I. 1 member representing the department. 11.2. 1 member representing patients. 12.3. 1 member from a statewide advocacy group. 13 representing chronic health conditions. 14.4. 1 member from a statewide organization of 15 hospitals. 16V. 1 member from a safety net hospital. And 17.6. 1 member from a statewide association of 18 plaintiffs' attorneys. 19B. 6 members appointed by the executive director of the 20 Department of Regulatory Agencies, as follows. 21I. 1 member representing the Department of 22 regulatory agencies. 23.2. 1 member representing a statewide association of 24 pharmacists. 25.3. 1 member representing a statewide association of 26 community pharmacies. 27.4. 1 member representing pharmaceutical. Dash 3098. 1 manufacturers. 2V. 1 member representing drug repository programs. 3 and 4. 6. 1 member who is a physician with prescribing 5 authority. 6C. 1 member appointed by the executive director of the 7 Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing representing the 8 Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing. And 9D. Up to 2 additional members appointed by the 10 executive director of the department, as the executive director 11 deems appropriate to carry out the task force's duties. 12.4. The appointing authorities specified in subsection 3 of 13 this section shall appoint members of the task force no later 14 than August 1st, 2022. Each task force member serves at the 15 pleasure of the appointing authority. 16.5. Each task force member serves without compensation. 17 and is not entitled to reimbursement for any expenses. 18 associated with serving on the task force. 19.6. The executive director of the department, or the 20 executive directors designee, shall convene the first meeting of 21 the task force no later than September 15, 2022. The task force 22 shall meet as necessary to complete its work, as determined by 23 the executive director of the department, or the executive 24 directors designee. 25.7. The task force shall consider, at a minimum, the 26 following issues. 27A. Drug repositories in other states, including Illinois. Dash 4098. 1 in Iowa, as possible models for a Colorado Drug Repository 2 program. 3B. The drug repository model that will be the safest, for most efficient, and most effective for Colorado. 5C. The medications that will be included in the Drug 6 repository program. 7D. The necessary requirements for donating, receiving, 8 packaging, and redispensing medicine. 9E. Any legal or regulatory barriers to implementing the 10 drug repository program and how TO eliminate the barriers. 11F. The fees or other costs associated with the Drug 12 repository program. 13G. Whether and how TO prioritize patient access to the 14 drug repository program. 15H. The necessary changes to existing statute or rules and 16 order TO implement the drug repository program. 17I. How the drug repository program will interact with 18 existing drug takeback programs and drug depository programs. 19A in Colorado. And 20J. How TO market the drug repository program TO donors. 21 consumers, manufacturers, and persons redispensing medicine. 22.8. The task force may solicit information from and 23 consult with additional stakeholders as necessary to design the 24 drug repository program. 25.9. The department shall provide staff support to the Task 26 force to assist the task force in carrying out its duties. 27.10. No later than December 15, 2022, the task force shall Dash 5098. 1. Submit its report, including its findings and recommendations on 2 issues identified in subsection 7 of this section, to the Governor. 3. And the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services for Committee and the Health and Insurance Committee of the House. 5 of Representatives and the Health and Human Services Committee. 6 of the Senate, or any successor committees. 7.11. This section is repealed, effective July 1, 2023. 8. Section 2. Appropriation. For the 2022 to 23 state fiscal year, $947,423 is appropriated to the Department of Public Health and 10 Environment for use by the Center for Health and Environmental 11 Information. This appropriation is from the general fund and is based on 12 an assumption that the center will require an additional 0.1 FTE. To 13 implement this act, the center may use this appropriation for Program 14 costs. 15 Section 3. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds. 16 determines and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate. 17 Preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. Dash 6098.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know this bill is well-intentioned, but it makes me very nervous, and I want to speak to it from my perspective as a force protection officer and a security officer for so many years. It's a good idea to save money, but what about the safety of the drugs, the chance of getting them mixed up, the expiration dates that could go bad, the sanitation of those bills? I mean, when you break the seal on even something as simple as Band-Aids, they really aren't guaranteed to be sanitized anymore. The storage of these medicines would seem to me to be problematic, and it's an awful lot of responsibility for a rather limited amount of savings. It seems we ought to be offering all persons in our society safe drugs. And if you'll recall the Tylenol scare back in I think it was around 1980, that's not insignificant to have your drugs be tainted and the panic that can happen. If that were to happen through either a misidentification that somebody was injured through a drug mislabeled or expired or tainted, it would instantly render this program a bad idea and something that, in retrospect, we would suggest we never should have done this. Better to have fresh drugs, freshly manufactured and sealed and properly handled through a chain of custody rather than sitting in somebody's cabinets for an unknown period of time and then returned, no matter what the good or the intent was. I see a lot of dangers in this bill, and I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hanks. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my colleague, Representative Hanks, makes a great point, and frankly, ones that I had not thought of before, where, yeah, you're opening up your pills, you pour them into your hand, and you grab the one you want, and so you've handled probably all the pills before you're done with taking the doses that you're intending to take for whatever your ailment is at the time. I do that, though, a lot. I still have plenty of pills left over, especially the oxycodone stuff from my shoulder surgery earlier this year. Something I did not want to take any chances with, so I took them the first week and then just stayed on Tylenol and Advil after that, and so I've got those sitting around. And but I really, just generally speaking, I really like the idea of this bill. We heard about it in the Health and Insurance Committee, and it makes a lot of sense, especially where there are drugs that are very valuable, hard to afford, and if folks were to think about that, knowing that there's a program like this, that they could hand over the drugs left over, then they'd maybe take greater care of them while dispensing for themselves and not be handling drugs and getting them contaminated in some fashion. But the idea is very intriguing to me. Not so much for the inexpensive drugs, why take the chance on those, but some of the drugs obviously get pretty darned expensive. And so for those sake, I like the idea. I think the task force has quite a job on his hands to maintain the safety for all of that and to for all the appropriate distribution and collection. It's quite a task, but I think probably for expensive drugs, one really worth our looking into. So I'm supportive of the bill.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to join my colleague, Rep. Baisley, in his remarks. I do think there is merit in the task force to look at how we can look at and properly utilize in a safe fashion donated unused drugs. You know, anytime we can reduce waste, and especially as Rep. Baisley mentioned, for the drugs that are expensive, if there is a way to safely and properly utilize those donated unused drugs and provide to those at no or discounted cost, then that is something worth doing. Waste not, want not, I believe would be the adage. And so while there are many task force that I wouldn't be supportive of, I think this one, as it was rewritten in the Senate and comes over, is focused and properly identifies the key issues of concern in how we might move forward in Colorado and do something useful in this space. And so because of that, I vote on this bill.
Thank you, Representative Carver. See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 98 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Baisley. Representative Baisley is excused. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 8 no votes, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 98 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 177, located in the middle of page 4.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 177. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 177.
Senate Bill 177 by Senators Pedersen and Rankin, also Representatives Titone and Bradfield, concerning behavioral health system investments in the statewide care coordination infrastructure and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 177 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know my colleagues are really having a tough time, as am I, with moving things out of order. So I'm going to ask that the bill be read at length and let everybody pull up the bill and see if they saw it in committee and decide if they need to speak or not.
That is a proper motion.
Second Regular Session 73rd General Assembly State of Colorado revised this version, includes all amendments adopted on second reading in the Second House LLS-NO. 22 to 803.01 Shelby Ross X 4510 Senate Bill 22 to 177. Senate Committees, House Committees, Health and Human Services, Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services, Appropriations. A bill for an act. 101 concerning behavioral health system investments in the 102 statewide care coordination infrastructure, and, in 103 connection therewith, making an appropriation. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill requires the statewide care coordination infrastructure to include a cloud-based platform to allow providers that do not utilize an electronic health record to actively participate in the care coordination infrastructure. The bill requires the Behavioral Health Administration, BHA, to House second reading unamended May 4, 2022. Senate third reading unamended April 29, 2022. Senate amended second reading April 28, 2022. Senate sponsorship Pedersen and Rankin, Bridges, Buckner, Coram, Danielson, Fenberg, Fields, Ginal, Hansen, Hinrichsen, Jaquez Lewis, Coker, Lee, Moreno, Simpson, Story, Winter. House sponsorship Titten and Bradfield. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. Ensure navigators are available through the statewide care coordination infrastructure website and mobile application, as well as in specific regional locations, and utilize behavioral health administrative service organizations to help individuals and families initiate care and ensure timely access to services. To implement the care coordination infrastructure, the bill requires the BHA to train new and existing navigators on behavioral health safety net system services, behavioral health service delivery procedures, and social determinants of health resources. Ensure that the care coordination infrastructure can direct individuals where to seek in-person or virtual navigation support. Ensure that the administrative burden associated with provider enrollment and credentialing for navigators and care coordination providers is minimal, and include a summary of outcomes for individuals who access the infrastructure in the BHA's annual report. For the 2022-23 state fiscal year, the bill requires the General Assembly to appropriate $12.2 million from the Behavioral and Mental Health Cash Fund to the Department of Human Services for use by the Behavioral Health Administration for the care coordination infrastructure. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly 3. Finds and declares that 4a. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a profound impact on the 5. Behavioral health of individuals across the state. 6b. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, Coloradans have faced 7 significant challenges in accessing behavioral health care for reasons that 8 include social distancing, increased demand for care, and difficulty 9. Getting in-person appointments with a provider 10c. All Coloradans should have access to a high-quality behavioral 11. Healthcare system that has a full continuum of behavioral health 12. Treatment services 13d. It is imperative that the state improve care coordination to 14. Better support access to behavioral health services so that individuals can -2 177 1. Get the care they need when they need it. 2e. The federal government enacted the American Rescue Plan 3 Act of 2021, ARPA, Pub L. 117-2, in which Colorado received over $3.8 billion to mitigate the fiscal effects of the COVID-19 Public Health 5 emergency. And 6f. Government recipients of ARPA funds may use the funding to 7. Provide resources to meet the public health and economic needs of those 8 impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Pursuant to the ARPA and 9 subsequent federal regulations, when providing behavioral health care 10 services, government recipients may presume that the general public has 11 been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, and they can therefore use 12 ARPA money to provide a broad range of behavioral health care services 13 to the public. 14.2. The General Assembly further finds that the Care Coordination 15 infrastructure created in this act is a critical government service. 16.3. Therefore, the General Assembly declares that expenditures to 17. Improve care coordination to better support access to behavioral health 18 services is an allowable use under the ARPA and is necessary to respond 19 to the COVID-19 public health emergency. 20. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend as amended 21 by House Bill 22 to 1278 27-60-204 as follows. 2227-60-204. Care Coordination Infrastructure Implementation 23 repeal. 1A, and no later than July 1st, 2024, the BHA, in collaboration 24 with the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing, shall develop a 25 statewide care coordination infrastructure to drive accountability and 26 more effective behavioral health navigation to care that builds upon and 27 collaborates with existing care coordination services. The infrastructure. -3 177. 1 must include 2. A website and mobile application that serves as a centralized 3 gateway for information for patients, providers, and care coordination, and 4 that facilitates access and navigation of behavioral healthcare services, and 5 support, and 6. 2. A cloud-based platform to allow providers that do 7 not utilize an electronic health record to actively participate 8 in the care coordination infrastructure. 9b. The BHA shall convene a working group of geographically 10 and demographically diverse partners and stakeholders, including those 11 with lived and professional experience, to provide feedback and 12 recommendations that inform and guide the development of the statewide 13 care coordination infrastructure developed pursuant to subsection 1A, 14 of this section. 15c. The extent to which Medicaid and private insurance existing 16 care coordination services are aligned with the statewide care 17 coordination infrastructure described in subsection 1A of this section. 18 shall be determined by the Department of Healthcare Policy and 19 Financing, the Division of Insurance in the Department of Regulatory 20 agencies, and the working group created pursuant to subsection 1B of 21. This section shall determine how Medicaid and private insurance 22 existing care coordination services are aligned with the 23 statewide care coordination infrastructure described in 24 subsection 1A of this section. 25d. The BHA shall implement, directly or through a contractor, a 26 comprehensive and robust marketing and outreach plan to make 27 Coloradans aware of the website and mobile application, cloud-based. -4 177. 1 platform and associated care coordination services developed pursuant to subsection 1A of this section. 3.2. On or before July 1st, 2022, the statewide care coordination for infrastructure developed pursuant to subsection 1A of this section is 5. The responsibility of the BHA. The BHA shall ensure navigators are 6 available through the website and mobile application developed 7 pursuant to subsection 1A of this section, as well as in specific 8 regional locations. The statewide care coordination 9 infrastructure is responsible for providing regional access to 10 care coordination services. 11.3. The BHA shall utilize behavioral health 12 administrative services organizations established pursuant to 13 Part 4 of Article 50 of this Title 27 to help individuals and 14 families initiate care and ensure timely access to 15 person-centered, trauma-informed, and culturally responsive 16 quality crisis supports, mental health and substance use. 17 disorder services and preventive care services, including 18 services that address the social determinants of health. When 19 possible, the care coordination infrastructure must integrate 20 with other healthcare system resources to serve individuals 21 with complex needs. 22.4. In implementing the care coordination infrastructure 23 developed pursuant to subsection 1 of this section, the BHA 24 shall 25a. Train new and existing navigators on the behavioral 26 health safety net system services for children, youth, and 27 adults, behavioral health service delivery procedures, and -5 177. 1 social determinants of health resources. ATA minimum. The BHA 2 shall train existing managed care entity providers, employees 3 of the 988 Crisis Hotline Enterprise created in Section 27-64-103, 4911 dispatchers, BHA care coordinators and navigators, and 5 other providers participating in other safety net provider 6 settings. 7b. Ensure that the care coordination infrastructure can 8 direct individuals where TO seek in-person or virtual navigation 9 support. 10c. Ensure that the administrative burden associated with 11 provider enrollment and credentialing for navigators and care 12 coordination providers is minimal. 13d. As part of the annual report submitted pursuant to 14 Section 27-50-204, include a summary of outcomes for individuals 15 who access the statewide care coordination infrastructure, and 16e. Ensure the 988 crisis hotline established pursuant to 17 Article 64 of this Title 27-18 responds to anyone experiencing a mental health or 19 substance use crisis. 22. Documents referrals and transfers of care of persons 21 with 1 or more community-based service providers, such as 22 care coordination and care navigation services, and 23. 3. includes connections to 24A, the forthcoming Colorado Behavioral Health 25 Resource Navigation System, which more quickly links 26 individuals in crisis with available services. 27B, the statewide and regional care coordination system. -6 177. 1AC, peer support services, and 2D, the behavioral health crisis response system, created 3 pursuant to Section 27-60-103. 4, 5, each behavioral health administrative services 5 organization established pursuant to Part 4 of Article 50 of this 6 Title 27 shall, 7A, utilize navigators trained in the use of the CARE 8 coordination infrastructure pursuant to subsection 4A of 9. This section TO identify community-based and social 10 determinants of health services and capacity, including on the 11 ground local support. TO encourage participation and 12 engagement in services. 13B, utilize navigators and coordinators to support 14 individuals in connecting to the safety net system, created 15 pursuant TO Part 3 of Article 50 of this Title 27, including 16 services not covered by an individual's insurance. 17, SC, monitor and report quarterly on the Safety Net 18 system and Safety Net providers to support accountability. IN 19, connecting individuals to services and the delivery of those. 20, services to individuals with the highest needs. 21D, support continued connection with the Safety Net 22 system after an individual is discharged from hospitalization. 23, the criminal justice system and emergency department, or other 24 behavioral health facilities, including withdrawal management 25 facilities and jails, by building multi-sector, multi-system 26 referral and outcome tracking into the care coordination 27 system. -7 177. 1E, require contracted providers to use the statewide 2 care coordination system, report on outcomes, including how 3 and when individuals accessed care, and work collaboratively with the care coordination entity. TO ensure individuals receive 5 needed services in a timely manner, and 6F, any other duties required by law or the BHA. 7.6, beginning January 2025, and each January thereafter. 8, the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing shall assess 9, the care coordination services provided by managed care 10 entities and provide a report as part of its state measurement. 11, for accountable, responsive, and transparent, SMART, 12 Government Act hearing required by Section 2-7-203. At a 13 minimum, the report must include 14A, the number of individuals served by each managed 15 care entity through care coordination. 16B, data on care coordination services provided by each 17 managed care entity, including follow-up contacts. TO ensure 18 clients were connected to services. 19C, data on efforts made. TO reconnect with individuals 20 that did not initially follow through on care coordination 21 services, and 22D, data on referrals to community-based services and 23 follow-up services by each managed care entity for individuals 24 served through care coordination services. 25.7, the BHA and any person that receives money from the 26 State Department shall comply with the compliance, reporting, 27 record keeping, and program evaluation requirements. -8 177. 1, established by the Office of State Planning and Budgeting and to the State Controller in accordance with Section 24-75-226, 5. 3.8a, for the 2022-23 state fiscal year, the General for Assembly shall appropriate $12,205,000 from the Behavioral and Mental Health Cash 6 Fund created in Section 24-75-232, the Department of Human 7 Services, for use by the BHA for the purposes of this section. 8b, this subsection 8 is repealed, effective July 1, 2023. 9. Section 3. Appropriation. For the 2022-23 state fiscal year, $12,200,000 is appropriated to the Department of Human Services for use 11 by the Behavioral Health Administration. This appropriation is from the 12 Behavioral and Mental Health Cash Fund created in Section 24-75-23013, 2A, CRS, and is of money the state received from the Federal 14 Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund. The administration may use this. 15. Appropriation for care coordination infrastructure. Any money. 16. Appropriated in this section not expended prior to July 1, 2023, is further 17 appropriated to the administration from July 1, 2023, through December 18, 2024, for the same purpose. These appropriations are based on the 19 assumption that the administration will require 3.0 FTE in the 2022-23-20 state fiscal year and 3.0 FTE in the 2023-24 state fiscal year to implement 21 this Act. 22. Section 4. Effective date. This Act takes effect only if House 23 Bill 22-1278 becomes law, in which case this act takes effect upon 24 passage or on the effective date of House Bill 22 to 1278, whichever is later. 25 Section 5. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds, 26 determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 27 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. Dash 9 177.
Yeah, Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Or Speaker Pro Tem, I'm sorry. So I heard this bill in committee, and I really appreciate all the references that this bill makes to the BHA. You know, we're moving in a direction in this state to try to coordinate a lot of our mental health programs and add some transparency and do away with duplication. So I really do appreciate how the BHA is being involved so much in this bill. I really do appreciate, how it's set out to help the individuals and families, with their different needs, their different services. The one thing I struggle with, though, is in the first year, we're supposed to appropriate $12 million. There's already going to be people employed and coming over from different departments that are kind of already in this wheelhouse. But it says we've got to hire 3 more and pay $12 million to stand this thing up. And so that's where I have a little heartburn with this. Otherwise, it's a really good bill. I was a yes vote in committee to get it out of committee so it could come here to the chamber and get a good debate. So those are still some of my outstanding questions. So at the end of the day, I'm not sure how I'm going to land on this one, but thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I have mixed feelings about this bill, and I'll tell you why. It's because of the calling for a cloud-based system. One thing that will have to be considered is that the healthcare facility will have to maintain local records, because if there's ever a cyber attack, what will happen is if all of your records are, for example, on that cloud-based server, even if it's being spread to multiple servers around the United States or even the world, depending on which vendor they go with, there's always the risk that you might not control your own records at the end of the day. And so when it comes to a healthcare entity here in Colorado being able to actually control and maintain the records that they have to maintain, and to be able to comply with HIPAA compliance, and then with the compliance that we have set forward here in state law, they will have to also continually make backup records on a localized server, which then means that you're doubling up on the cost, because the $12.2 million certainly to the local provider is going to be a whole lot more. And so that's kind of what I worry about here with moving to a cloud-based platform and encouraging that. I think that there's going to be a lot of good work both now and in the future by moving entirely to cloud-based, but just a personal anecdote for why I think cloud-based is not quite there. I don't know how many of you have an iPhone. If you do, have you ever experienced the loss of a contact randomly? You'll be searching for someone, you'll swear that you had uploaded their name, and then you go back to look for them and they're just not there. Well, if you're using Apple's cloud-based software to back up, that's because sometimes it's not always read and retrieved and then dropped back down into your phone from the cloud. So that's a good example of here still some of the deficiencies in the cloud. And I think this is a good example of where we're probably getting the cart a little bit before the horse to be putting all the emphasis on cloud-based computing platforms rather than more localized versions. That's why I certainly struggle with this bill. I think that all the intentions are in the right place, and I'm likely to support it at the end of the day. But I do think that those are considerations that we do need to think about, is that perhaps we're not quite there yet and should have probably had a little bit more of an appropriation to be able to allow the local providers to make sure they're maintaining the records in case there's things like a cyber attack or an environmental disruption from a solar flare or something like that that actually could knock out the cloud computing platform. Thank you. It's the cloud-based
Representative
server.
Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Yes, I wanted to address this bill from the perspective of the cloud element. I know we spoke on SB 153, and I mentioned I had a little bit of time in the cybersecurity realm. It is a little bit aged, a little antiquated, but some things are absolute, kind of like gravity. And on page 4, have to find it here, line 6, well, let me go up a little bit. A website and mobile application that serves as a centralized gateway for information for patients, providers, and care coordination, and that facilitates access and navigation of behavioral health care services and support. And, now line 6, Roman numeral 2, a cloud-based platform to allow providers that do not utilize an electronic health record to actively participate in the care coordination infrastructure. I would merely like to point out that the cloud is in reality just somebody else's server, and you have no absolute control over that. We have medical records and information that are going to go on them. Yes, I know there's probably already a lot of information on the cloud, but here we are adding another one to it, and there are and ought to be significant concerns about the security of people's data. So I'm a no on this. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I, too, have some concerns that were just brought up here on the House floor. I was a yes vote in committee. We heard this bill. And for my rural districts who are out in my 9 counties, the idea of cloud-based systems, if we have the internet, I think is a very good idea, which is one of the motivations I had for voting yes in committee. Now, I will be honest, I was concerned with the $12 million price tag up front. As we invest so much in the Behavioral Health Administration. Ladies and gentlemen, we are far north, I believe, of $1 billion in investments in our new Behavioral Health Administration. I know that we're decades behind. I know that we need to build capacity. I don't know if we are overinvested in this particular administration. Those are some concerns that I have. And so the $12 million price tag for the IT company concerns me. Cloud-based system. I can't imagine it would take that much money to build this. The problem is since we've appropriated this much, we can guarantee it's going to take that much now. The other issue that I have has to do with the protection of data. As you go to a cloud-based system that has the potential of being compromised, how is that protected? Or can it be protected? Can the HIPAA information be protected? And most importantly, people's mental health, medical data. You see, that's the one area that if it is compromised, it can lead to very disturbing and and devastating problems for people in their lives. I would argue that mental health data is probably some of the most sacred medical data that people have. For those of us that have gone and received mental health counseling, and you've heard me say it, after my first tour in Afghanistan, I came home, and I came home a very angry person. From what I saw, who I saw, not get to come home to their families, how those things happened, and perhaps should not have happened. Operational decisions on a battlefield that lead to combat loss at combat outposts like Cop Keating. For those of us that have been in theater, and you know that those decisions, operational and tactical decisions, statistically, when those decisions are made at the higher levels, will equal combat loss. You know it before the first shot is fired. And then you have to live with that. So, back to the bill. This mental health data must be preserved and protected at the highest level. I don't know if we have enough of an investment in the security systems in our databases. Now, I know Representative Tatone is on the Joint Technology Committee, and I know that she is very astute in this. Across all the state administrations and departments, do we have the capacity to protect from compromise? It's a real thing, and it's a real danger. I will tell you that even the highest levels in the Department of Defense, data in the Department of Defense, in the Pentagon, has been compromised by the Chinese. That data, military data, personal data, was stolen in some of the highest databases in our nation. This happened about 10 years ago. You can do the research.
Representative Holtorf, could
Yes,
we
ma'am.
get back to the bill?
Yes, and to the bill. So as we build this cloud-based database, is it going to be safe? Is it going to be secure? Will it be compromised? Have we built the firewalls in this? Now, the point I wanted to make is we have invested billions and billions of dollars, hundreds of millions, and over $1 billion in the Behavioral Health Task Force. The Behavioral Health Administration, which came out of the task force. But I would argue that maybe there should be investment in all of the administrations and departments to protect data from being compromised. If we're going to go to these cloud-based systems, we had better not screw this up. Now you're going to say, well, Representative Holtorf, why are you talking this way? You don't even have the right to say these things. Well, here's why I'm concerned, because during COVID, with respect to the Unemployment Trust Fund and our Department of Labor, between $50 and $100 million were taken, stolen, right underneath the eyes of people that have the same types of responsibilities in different departments and agencies. So why, as we charge forward, have we not talked about this? Now, I'm still a yes. I'm still a yes. But, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I would like to move this back to appropriations for reconsideration because I think the money should be doubled in this particular category. And I ask for a yes vote.
That's That's a proper motion. The question before us, just one second.
I want to double.
Representative Williams.
I want it to go back to appropriations and double.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I actually asked for a no vote on this particular motion because I don't want to double the appropriations on this bill. I suppose if we wanted to send it back to appropriations to ultimately lessen the appropriations, I could support that. But with respect to the end goal from my colleague, I will disagree, and that shouldn't be a surprise because I was a no vote in committee anyway. But I do appreciate what he's trying to do. So if we want to move it back to appropriations to lessen the money or ultimately PI the bill, I'm for that. If we're asking to double it, then I'm asking for a no.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I rise in support of the motion because I think the appropriations that have been identified in is somewhat vague. I don't think it's realistic. I don't believe that you're going to be able to implement a cloud-based system. I've done some of that work. I've implemented cloud-based systems, and I don't think 12 million is going to work. And I think there needs a little bit more study to it. So I support the motion.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I oppose this motion. Or if there's some motion that we can move it back and lower it to 0, I think that'd probably be better. But, I think this bill is something that I question if it warrants our tax dollars. I know there's some importance to it, but there's some importance to every bill, I guess. The question I have is, and this is somebody for more knowledgeable, and this is maybe Representative Pico would be more knowledgeable. If you did implement this program, and if you wanted to make sure it was successful and
Representative Sandridge, let's speak to the motion, which is referring it to appropriations to double the appropriation. It's not really for questions.
Okay. I sit up here and say doubling. If we wanted a successful program, would that be enough? And that's what I'm asking myself. If you do like this program. But I'm against it at this time.
Okay. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And I also rise in support of the motion. Quite frankly, the appropriated amount is not sufficient to be able to implement the cloud computing software and infrastructure that this bill envisions. Also, we really probably ought to be taking a giant step kind of backwards to look at the entire system and actually develop a cloud-based system for Colorado and Colorado healthcare entities by themselves, something that we as a state would own and control in collaboration with providers around the state. It would save Coloradans a lot of money. That's really what we ought to be doing. But as far as this bill is concerned, sending it back to appropriations to double the amount of dollars is wise to do, because quite frankly, you could be spending $4 or $5 million per covered entity, and out of 12 million, what's that? 3 entities is all you'd cover. So this allows us to actually cover more and be able to spread the goodness even further. So I'd ask for a yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And now let's hear from the real money person on this side of the aisle, Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker. Yes, I did want to make the point. I checked the rule book, and the only motion that would be in order at this point would be to in accordance with going back to committee, would be to refer the bill back to appropriations. You can't really say what for. It would just be to go back to appropriations. So with that, the piece that I want to make clear to all you is that that would generate a new canary sheet. Those of you that have had bills and appropriations know that that is how the Appropriations Committee works. That we go based on what the appropriations say and what those canary sheets tell us. But all that being said is that it would be, when it's back in appropriations, there would be room to make that request at that point to increase or decrease the money. With that, the bill did already go through appropriations with the current 12 million plus in the appropriation. But I wanted to let you know too that it was a bipartisan split vote, that there was both parties that voted yes on this bill to forward it to the committee of the whole with a positive with a favorable recommendation. So with that, folks, I always am willing for appropriations to take another look at a bill. We already are meeting this afternoon, folks. It's on your calendars, and to add another bill would not be a huge load because we do have one canary sheet already in place. It would just be tweaking it as requested by the person that made the motion, as well as the bill sponsors, which they would need to have some input on the new canary sheet. And again, we will be meeting this afternoon. I would be more than happy to revisit this bill and take a look at it in appropriations. So I would encourage an aye vote on the motion.
Representative Holtorf.
And thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I don't know if it's appropriate that I amend the motion or add a substitute motion so it's proper.
I've been told I don't think it's necessary. It would just be to refer it to appropriations as your motion. The rest was sort of your opinion.
Thank you.
So you don't have to amend it, is all I'm saying. Did you want to speak to it again? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And I do want to keep my opinion out of it directly. I think that the committee needs to review and make sure there's sufficient resources to do what I mentioned. And I do thank sincerely, I want the Joint Technology Committee members to know that they do some very important work. As we try to integrate
Can we speak to the motion, Rep. Holtorf?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your leadership. So I think I've spoken enough on the amendment, and I would encourage an aye vote.
Thank you. The motion before us is referral of Senate Bill 177 to appropriations. Members, seeing no further discussion, please go ahead and vote. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine. I didn't even see it. Representative Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Representative Pelton and Van Beber. Representative McKean is excused please close the machine, Mr. Shebel. And with 22 aye votes and 41 no votes and 2 excused, the motion fails. Gavel. Okay, Representative Williams, back to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. So members, I'll be brief in my remarks too, and forgive me, I'm looking at my introduced as opposed to re-engrossed version here, but I don't think it's changed my objections. Generally speaking, I'm opposed to this bill because I think it pretty much just expands government. And as a general philosophical point of view, as a Republican, as a conservative, I don't think we need to be expanding government. And even if it is with the ARPA dollars, I don't think this is what we should be doing, especially with respect to the other priorities that we have in the state. I will say, though, I do understand the intentions of the bill sponsors. I do actually commend them for trying to put something in place that would help alleviate the concerns that were addressed during committee. But ultimately, what I take issue with is in here is you have a number of requirements that I won't get too much into, and I know there's been amendments since its introduction, but ultimately, I think the problem that we're facing here, and this is reflected in the fiscal note here, which is why I didn't support the doubling of appropriations under the prior motion that was made by Representative Holtorf. However, I still get back to it right here, and you can see this under, so what page is this? Page 3. It's also on page 1. But we are expending money that we probably shouldn't be expending to begin with, but certainly not in this. Again, I don't think the idea or the concept itself is so objectionable, but how we're going about doing it and putting in certain requirements is something that I can't support, which is why I originally voted no on it. However, I was in the minority of the minority. I believe the Republican caucus and in the Health and Human Services Committee all voted yes, while I was the lone no vote. Appropriations was split, I believe, as Representative Ransom had made mention of. So I'm only one voice here. I just overall think it expands government, and that's why I voted no. But I do thank you for the discussion.
Thank you. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. So some of you know that a member of my family had mental health issues, and as a result of those ended up committing suicide. In engaging with this community, with the behavioral health community in that instance, and then since then, a number of the people that I've spoken to about, hey, maybe you can seek treatment here, right? Let me put you in touch with so-and-so. Let me connect you with this group or that group. The instant they thought that their information would in any way be shared, or that it would in any way come back to them, that they could in any way be identified, they backed out, right? The anonymity was huge for them actually seeking care. And I understand that, this bill wants to know what's going on the ground, and how do we help, and where are the gaps, and what can be done to facilitate true treatment. But in reading, the top of page 8, that the required contract providers must report on outcomes, including how and when individuals access care, that they must work collaboratively with the care coordination entity to ensure individuals receive needed services in a timely manner. To those of us who understand what we're trying to do, which is to connect people with these services, that seems very benign. But again, my experience with this population, if they know that in any way their information is going to be put out there, even in the aggregate, they're not going to walk through the door. Especially in rural communities where you don't have a huge population to hide in, right? The how and the when can be quickly figured out by others in the community. And so data collection, we've talked about this a lot, both for, against, what have you. There are times for it, for sure, but protections always need to be put into place. And I do just worry. I worry for this particular population, because even when you tell them it's aggregate, they'll never be able to identify who you are. It's in the aggregate. The instant they think that there is going to be reports made on them, they're not interested in continuing on. And so that does really concern me, especially in light of the personal conversations that I had and continue to have with some members of our citizenry who could really benefit from this kind of treatment. So just thoughts to consider.
Thank you, Representative Luck, and I share the sentiments of many for condolences for your loss. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. One of the concerns I have with the bill as it is that it relies on the safety clause, and we've talked many times about the overuse of the safety clause. As I thumb through the bill, there is nothing in the dates required that justifies the safety clause. It just isn't there. So that's one of the objections would raised on this. The other is that it does use ARPA funds, which, as I've spoken to before, just because the federal funds are available, are out there finding things to do with it. They may be great and wonderful things, but we're still using ARPA funds, which is all printed dollars, inflationary. It's fabricated money made out of thin air, and we really shouldn't be spending that kind of money. Thank you.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And in response to my colleague Representative Luck's statements, it's worth mentioning and reminding folks, and perhaps those that weren't watching at home, of my personal tale from the Department of Defense. I mentioned it during our extended conversations on SB 153, but you know, if there's anybody that ought to be securing information and data, it would be the Department of Defense. And the Department of Defense and the Office of Personnel Management, OPM, hold a lot of people's personal information, right down to bank accounts, addresses of family members, pretty much any place you've ever lived. And we got notified, me and 5 million of my closest friends, that all of our data was lost. They wouldn't tell us who lost it, who they lost it to. We ultimately found out it was the Communist Chinese Party that now has our data. But the point is, to this bill, people ought to have some assurances that their information isn't going to be compromised. And when you put it on a cloud-based server, I think most of those assurances are well out the window. And I would encourage anybody who is going to be served by that kind of a program to back away and secure their data themselves. I'm a no on this for that reason. If DOD cannot secure the security clearances of its special access programs, I have no confidence that people's medical records are going to be secured by a state or local agency. So I'm a no on this. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. There is one final thought I'd like to share with my colleagues, and I think it's really important with respect to these cloud-based systems and the compromise of data, particularly in behavioral and mental health. Where I'm from, and the culture that I live in out in eastern Colorado, this is a very serious thing. And when people do seek help, oftentimes, if they feel, and they do want it to be private, they want it to be something that is not known within their community, and these are small communities where some people strive to know everything about everybody else in the community and share that knowledge. So, whether it's right or wrong, but my real concern about this and the ability for behavioral health and mental health information to be compromised or hacked or inappropriately shared or disclosed. And this is really serious, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. It's oh wait. Oh, Mr. Speaker. Oh my.
And you have 1 minute remaining, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate your leadership. So, got my chain of thought derailed a little bit, but I'm going to gain my composure. The point that I'm trying to make is that if somebody like me out there that's a farmer or rancher that's actually wanting to get this help and then it does get compromised and it is shared in the community, there is a high probability that that person will go commit suicide because they will not be able to live with or live within their community with this information out there. It's a very serious matter because that, in the country, what we say is people never forget and nothing goes away. That's just the way it is. So, please, this is a very difficult vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak that last minute.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Representative Van Bever.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we have a bill such as this coming forward about mental health, well, I certainly can understand the bill sponsors' good-hearted intentions. When I think about the budget and what was slashed first in COVID, most of the reductions in the budget on an emergency basis were IT. And I found that fascinating in a day and age when that is what we almost exclusively rely on in order for the functioning of government to occur. The first thing we started getting rid of was technology, was IT. And so whether or not that may apply to this bill, I guess it's food for thought. It's something to think of when we look at passing bills that rely heavily upon that, especially the kind of sensitive information that we're talking about here. To have this be one of the first places that is no longer sacred, that may or may not be the possibility, but the fact that it might be is deeply concerning. So those are just things I have as far as food for thought on this bill.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To borrow a baseball term, I told all the people that came down that I would be the closer, and that's why I'm here. Of all the people in this room, I now have a real good idea where many of you are on this bill, and I gesture to this side of the room. And I have an idea on this side of the room for those people who were on the Behavioral Task Force Committee. And I believe that you and I understand what this is, what this bill represents. This bill is probably the last one that's coming through here that has to do with the ARPA, the paper money, that came from the feds for the behavioral health. Ladies and gentlemen, our behavioral health care in this state is like 47th, 49th in the nation, and that is not because it's excellent, it's because it is inadequate for anything. And whatever we have to do to shore that up, to create a good behavioral health treatment program across the state is not going to be cheap because we are so far behind. And as the fact that we are so far behind, that does include the IT portion of all health care. $12 million is not just all on IT. Part of it is training for all the people who are involved. I just felt a real need to kind of explain what the money goes for. I urge an aye vote on this bill, and I appreciate your time. Thank you for listening.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 177. Mr. Shebel, adoption of 177 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 52 aye votes, 13 no votes, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 177 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Majority Leader Escar, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 134, page 7.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 134. Mr. Shebel, please read, please read the title of Senate Bill 134.
Senate Bill 134 by Senators Hendrickson and Quorum, also Representative Esgar, concerning a general fund transfer to the Colorado State Fair Authority cash fund to partly fund the implementation of the 2021 Colorado State Fair Master Plan and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 134 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I'm always looking at the fiscal note, and again, here we are spending a lot more money, but while everyone is trying to get their wits about them, since we are all over the order of these bills, I ask that the bill be read at length.
That is a proper motion.
Second Regular Session. 73rd General Assembly. State of Colorado. Revised. This version includes all amendments adopted. On second reading in the Second House. LLS No. 22-0798.01 Pierce Lively X2059 Senate Bill 22 to 134. Senate Committees House Committees. Agriculture and Natural Resources Appropriations. Appropriations. A bill for an act. 101 concerning a general fund transfer to the Colorado State. 102 Fair Authority Cash Fund to partly fund the 103 implementation of the 2021 Colorado State Fair Master 104 Plan, and, in connection therewith, making an 105 appropriation. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.government. The bill requires the state treasurer to transfer $14 million from the general fund to the Colorado State Fair Authority Cash Fund within 3 days. House. Second reading unamended. May 5, 2022. Senate. Third reading unamended. May 3, 2022. Senate. Amended second reading. May 2, 2022. Senate sponsorship. Hinrichsen and Quorum, Bridges, Donovan, Fenberg, Fields, Jacques Lewis, Moreno. Simpson, Sonnenberg. House sponsorship. Isgar. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. After the date the bill takes effect to partly fund the implementation of the 2021 Colorado State Fair Master Plan. 1 be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. After the date the bill takes effect to partly fund the implementation of the 2021 Colorado State Fair Master Plan. 1 be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2 Section 1. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly 3 hereby finds and declares that 4a. The Colorado State Fair and Fairgrounds are a vital community 5 asset for Pueblo and a cultural and historical asset for Colorado. Every 6 year, the Colorado State Fair showcases diverse industries and hosts family 7 activities, fun-filled events, concerts, rodeos, and art, as well as 8 agricultural and industrial presentations that promote agriculture, mineral, 9 and livestock growth across Colorado. 10. B. A historic asset to Colorado with a legacy in Pueblo spanning 11 over 150 years, the Colorado State Fair Fairgrounds are 12 currently facing many issues common to fairs across the country. 13 including aging facilities, limited funding, competing venues, operational 14 losses, and a backlog of building deficiencies. The Colorado State Fair 15 Authority Board created a master plan that details the solutions to these 16 challenges. 17. C. The Colorado State Fair is a crucial economic driver for Pueblo. 18 in southern Colorado, an affordable and accessible amenity for a diverse 19 population, and a cultural asset for all of Colorado. It is important that 20 Colorado, in conjunction with other contributing parties through gifts, 21 grants, or donations, make investments in the future of the Colorado State. 22 Fair. 23 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 35-65-107, amend. 24, 3a, introductory portion, and add 3a, I.7, as follows. 2535-65-107. Colorado State Fair Authority Cash Fund, Lease End. -2 134. After the date the bill takes effect to partly fund the implementation of the 2021 Colorado State Fair Master Plan. 1 be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2 Section 1. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly 3 hereby finds and declares that 4a. after the date the bill takes effect to partly fund the implementation of the 2021 Colorado State One Use of Facilities, repeal. 3A. The Colorado State Fair Authority cash. 2 fund shall consists of 3I.7 A. $4 million, which the state treasurer 4 shall transfer from the general fund to the Colorado State 5 Fair Authority cash fund created in this section within 6 days after the effective date of this subsection. 3A. I.7 A. 2. 7. Provide funding for the implementation of the 2021 Colorado 8 State Fair Master Plan. 9. B. This subsection, 3A, I.7, is repealed, effective July 1st. 10, 2024. 11. Section 3. Appropriation. For the 2021 to 22 state fiscal year. $4 million is appropriated to the Department of Agriculture for use by the 13 Colorado State Fair. This appropriation is from the Colorado State Fair 14 Authority Cash Fund created in Section 35-65-107, 1, CRS. 2. 15. Implement this act. The Colorado State Fair may use this appropriation for 16. Program costs. Any money appropriated in this section not expended prior 17 to July 1st, 2022, is further appropriated to the fair for the 2022 to 23 state 18 fiscal year for the same purpose. 19. Section 4. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds 20. Determines and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 21. Preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. 3 134.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I rise in opposition based upon the safety clause. Once again, we have an inappropriate use of the safety clause. This is in so many bills. There is absolutely nothing listed in the bill that has a date that would justify requiring a safety clause. There are no dates to require it other than the initial 3 days. There are no timelines, there are no deadlines, and yet we come down on the safety clause. Ladies and gentlemen, there's absolutely no reason for a safety clause, and I rise in opposition to the bill.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I also rise against the safety clause, and this is one of many bills where you look at the safety clause and you look at the importance of the bill. And I know people are going to have different opinions on the importance of this bill. But is this a situation where what the bill does has to do with the safety of our constituents if it's not immediately enacted upon the governor's signature? And some people may think it's a big deal, some people may not. But I know with my constituents, they may not think the bill is a big deal, but they may think that removing that former right to petition is a big deal. So you may make a bill that's not that much of a big deal in people's eyes into a big deal when you put on a safety clause and abuse that in that manner. We shouldn't take it lackadaisically, the petition clause, because what that does is it tells our constituents they have an opportunity, and it doesn't matter if they use it or not, that they have the opportunity to override. And I think when we use a safety clause in this manner, we tell them that's not a big deal to override that easy opportunity. Some people think it's a big deal. And I think we need to respect our constituents. And but also, maybe it's something that I don't understand if the bill sponsors do want to dictate why that this has to do with the safety of my constituents. I'd love to hear it. Maybe it would change my mind. But at this time, I ask for a no vote of this bill for many reasons, but the safety clause is one of them. Thank you.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I got it right that time. I heard this bill in committee, and as everybody knows, I am in production agriculture. The Colorado State Fair is a great showcase for that. If we don't put some money in those grounds down there, there's a real good chance we could lose it down in southern Colorado. It could move to the Denver metro or on up to north central Colorado. Pueblo needs some economic activity, and the State Fair is a great way to do that. There's a lot of people come, they participate, they spend money while they're there. When I was in high school, I marched in that State Fair parade 4 years in a row. The problem is back then we had black wool uniforms and we sweated a lot. But my daughters went there when they were the Cheyenne County Fair Queen and Princess. It's a great place to showcase 4-H FFA kids in their projects. The best of the best go there and compete. And so I'm in support of this money being spent down there to make that show the best that it can be. So with that, I'm in support of this bill.
Oh, Representative Holtorf. Great to see you, Representative Holtorf.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to be in your presence
Is
and the
it?
presence of all my esteemed colleagues.
It's an honor to be in your presence, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, sir. I do want to point out how important investing in our state fair is. Oftentimes, it gets overlooked. And I know my colleague from up north talked about how it should go north. Well, I'm strongly opposed to the state fair ever moving because of the tradition and history it has in Pueblo. In the master plan, I believe it's a $177 million long-term plan. And this $4 million is the start. But if we would take a 10-year investment over time and think about what we could have at the end of that 10 years, then the state fair will be a jewel in our crown for Colorado agriculture. And I just think we need to keep the eye on the prize and remember how important that is, because it is the best of the best. As a showman back in the 80s, I showed livestock. I judged livestock. We're a cattle ranch, so we would feature our market beef at the show. And having been a junior livestock showman, state champion, I know how competitive that is. And it literally brings out the best for those 4-H and FFA kids that come and compete. The best of the best come. And it's kind of like the World Series or the NBA championship for those 4-H and FFA kids. And there's robotics, there's woodworking, there's shooting sports, there's so many other things kids do. It's just not about livestock. And the state fair, when you win something at the state fair as a youth, you have a sense of pride that is like no other. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm in strong support of this, and I want to encourage an aye vote.
Representative Well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to come up, I heard this also in Ag Committee. I want to come up and say I'm in strong support of this bill, and for some of the same reasons that my colleagues have already stated. But so many of the kids over in my district go to the state fair. As Rep. Holtorf said, there's shooting sports, there's all that included with the animals and the goats, sheep, pigs, beef, all that's showing there. It's a showcase for Colorado, and I know those they need some infrastructure and some things and some money spent down there to support the state fair. So I'm in support of this. I'm glad it came down from 14 million to 4 million, I believe it is. And, you know, there's a lot of genetics and that we have, just from the state fair over in our county fairs, a lot of genetic things with the animals that they pick up, or other breeders they find from Texas and Oklahoma and Nebraska and all that. We've been a huge improvement to a lot of our county fairs as well. And it's good that these kids that are going to be getting, our young kids that are becoming our agricultural producers of the future, that they understand the genetics and how to improve herds. And I don't care if it's birthing weights or calving weights or how those animals perform once they're born and get going out on feed. So I think the advantage of the state fair is huge, and it's I know it's in Pueblo, but there's kids from all over the state that go to the state fair as well as other states. So I do support this, and I'll be a yes on this bill.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Makes me want to break out in song, right? Our state fair is the best state fair. So I don't know about you all, but I have attended state fairs outside of Colorado, and they are amazing. And I love our state fair. I don't know, so long as I was in country, I don't know that I've ever missed a state fair, because I love them so much. I love starting at the 4-H buildings and looking at all of the wonderful cakes that are made and thinking, wow, how long did that take? And is anyone going to eat that after? Hopefully not. Looking at the clothes that are sewn and the scrapbook pages that are put together by the 4-H students, and then going into the next building and looking at all of the shooting, sport boards and veterinary boards and all these science projects that they had, and they're explaining how these different physics elements work, or health issues for their cats or dogs or cows or whatever it was, and then the woodworking. I mean, it's a wonderful place to really see just on display the skills of our youth. And if you go into other buildings, you can see the skills of all generations, right? You have the building for adults who have participated, and you have flowers that are grown that they show off in their gardens or their vegetables, and just this wide expanse of skills. What's often sad to me is, as you go year after year, you start to see cases empty and whole areas of skills no longer being engaged with. It reminds me of a time when I was in Italy, and there was a guy who used to make copper bowls, and he has copper nails, and he said once he dies, the whole trade will die with him. And that kind of is what some of those empty cases make me wonder about here in Colorado. Will we see the dying of these trades, the dying of these skill sets? Are they being passed down? You know, the state fair is an opportunity for us to showcase who we are as a state, our history, the different communities that are represented, the different centennial families. You know, there's so much that the state fair offers, and yet very few people, more and more, less and less people go to the state fair, which I find to be very sad. I do believe that there is great potential in the state fair, even with silly things like stick horse gymkhanas being introduced, so that the next generation can have some fun down there and at very little cost. And I believe that there is an opportunity for us to see the state fair just expand into an environment that honors our history, that honors our presence, that advances skill sets, that brings people together, that provides opportunities for our kids to experience activities that they otherwise wouldn't be able to experience. But really, a lot of what is done at the state fair is cost prohibitive. And And we haven't expanded to the degree that I think that we could. Now, I know a number of bills have been put forth over the last couple of years to address this. I'm grateful for that. And even though I love the state fair so much and do believe that we need to see a resurgence of it because it really does allow for all of our state to come together and be cohesive and be united, I do object to the way that this bill is structured. And the reason being that I believe the state fair, if run properly, can actually be deep in the black. It can make a lot of money for our state. And as a result, I think that this should be a loan, not just an appropriation. I think that we should loan the state fair these dollars to get their facilities up and running, to do their master plan. I know it's much more than $4 million, but to do that and then expect to reimburse the people of Colorado, because I do believe that it is possible to have a state fair that sustains itself and that is able to pay those dollars back. And so for that reason, I'll be a no vote. But again, I really do value the state fair, and I think that everyone should go. I think that if you have a special skill, you should put forth, your entry in at your county fair and hope that it gets up to the state fair, and make sure that you go to band day and all of the things. Anyways, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I live in the metro area. As I think most of you know, I'm in the suburbs. I'm south of Denver. But I'm actually one of those ones that truly believe that the state fair should stay in Pueblo. I've been down there many times, and I agree that it is such a historical and cultural asset to our state. I love the older buildings, the auction buildings, going through and seeing the animals on display, and as we heard from the previous speaker, the various things that you used to see in old movies, the jam, jelly and jam type of competitions, and it's so much fun to have that. And I actually think Pueblo is the appropriate place to house the state fair. I do know that the legislative declaration also says that it's a vital community asset for Pueblo, and I agree with that is partly how Pueblo has grown and part of the economy there. And for those reasons, I really do agree that we should try to help Pueblo and try to keep the fair there as a crucial economic driver for Pueblo, and then just also the cultural and historic pieces for the state. That being said, you've heard me talk about this before too. While I actually agree with that and would want to support, I do support the fair staying in Pueblo, on the last page of this bill, and it's a short bill, but on page 3 it says, "The General Assembly hereby finds, determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate preservation of public peace, health, or safety." I have to disagree with that, folks. It is not necessary for the immediate preservation of public peace, health, or safety. Too often we misuse those words and we say that for our convenience, we want to pass this bill now and not let the voters of Colorado have the chance to run a petition if they want to. I can't imagine that anybody would. It would delay implementation of a bill. But all that being said, I think we are really misusing the safety clause in this bill. This is not necessary for the immediate preservation of public peace, health, or safety to pass along this money to further the implementation of the State Fair Master Plan. The master plan is, I think, well thought out, and I think there's a lot of good things in it. And I think some of the updating of the buildings and for the new building, the maintenance and the updates are things that should happen, but they're not necessary for the immediate preservation of public peace, health, or safety. So for that reason, folks, I really do hope that you'll encourage, or I will encourage a no vote on the bill, and I really do hope that all of us in this body really think twice before we continue misusing the safety clause. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. Members, we are on third reading. Let's keep conversations to a minimum. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also rise in opposition of Senate Bill 134, but for different reasons than my colleague just spoke about. For me, we really ought to be asking the big picture if we're going to be funding a master plan for the state fair. To me, it says that the state fair is probably going to be staying in Pueblo for the foreseeable future, probably even my lifetime, on account of such a comprehensive plan. And the fact that even last year we funded a similar amount for the state fair as well, for capital improvements and developments. I would rather us see a different approach. One where we actually are developing resources in different rural counties, agricultural-based counties, so that we actually have a future where the state fair actually travels. Because right now, here in Colorado, it's quite a hardship for someone from the western slope to make it to Pueblo. And other states certainly have a state fair that rotates around. It also allows for economic development to happen in different regions of the state in different years when your particular town would be selected for the state fair. So I'm going to ask for a no vote on funding the master plan for the state fair of $4 million. I was glad it was knocked down from 14 to 4, but still, we shouldn't be funding it now. We should actually take one giant step backwards. We should reevaluate, is this the direction we really want to go? And the answer would be no. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully it's all right to do this, but just potentially channeling the majority leader, I say absolutely not to the prior speaker. I believe that the state fair should be in Pueblo, and that it is good to stay in Pueblo, and that it is good for people to travel the state and experience new places. And that is all.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this may be the most fun we will have all morning, but I'd like to counter the previous speaker and agree with the speaker before that. It actually does make sense to move it around a little bit. It's kind of like the World Fair. You know, every little part of the nation gets to showcase itself, and I think Grand Junction and folks up in the northwest corner ought to enjoy this as well. So I have to thank Representative Soper. I was a yes on this until you so eloquently noted the point that we could spread the wealth, spread the cultural showcase. And I think it's really a good idea. So I'm a no, and I'll look forward to your bill here coming down the pike.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 134 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 0 excuse, Senate Bill 134 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Gray, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. The House will stand in a brief recess. House will come back to order. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I lay over the balance of the calendar until later today.
See no objection that we'll lay over the balance of the calendar till later today. Brings us to announcements and introductions. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee was scheduled to have a meeting upon adjournment. We're not going to be meeting at this time, but we will be meeting later today. Please stay tuned.
Representative Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ditto Public Health.
Representative Herod.
Do I need to? I guess I do need to.
Members, the Appropriations Committee will be meeting in 15 minutes in the Old State Library. We will hear House Bill 1029, House Bill 1048, House Bill 1418, Senate Bill 36, Senate Bill 40, Senate Bill 77, Senate Bill 78, Senate Bill 138, Senate Bill 154, Senate Bill 175, oops, not that one, excuse me. Scratch. Next up, 178, 179, 168, 188, 199, 202, 206, 210, 222, 224, 225, 239. We may meet again today as well. So this is just this meeting for this time. Thank you.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess till. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess till later today.